I'll tell you later, because some of you are already doing Mastermind again next year. But I'll tell you about something new that I'm doing, which I'm calling my M&A group. And you think you know what M&A stands for? It actually stands for Mentoring and Accountability, which I thought was kind of clever, right? M&A, Mentoring and Accountability. So I've got the Mentoring and Accountability group that I'm going to be running next year for people who want some group mentoring, want some accountability, want to get over that procrastination, and want to move it all forward faster than if they were doing it by themselves. So I'll tell you all about that later on. So our format for today is that you've got me all morning. We're going to start with what you've been doing, what's been happening, where you are with things, what you're stuck with things. And then we're going to run it as a clinic up until lunchtime, a drop-in clinic, if you like. I am your doctor of mergers and acquisitions, and I am going to diagnose the problems that you have and give you a solution. So we're going to make sure that you leave today with things that are still in your head as, I haven't quite got my head around that, or I feel that's holding me back. All the things that we have like that. We're going to solve all those problems so you'll feel so much better after visiting my clinic. And then, well, I'm stretching that analogy a little too much now, I think. And then this afternoon, we're going to have a session with a former business broker on getting your business exit ready, okay? Putting it in the very best position to sell, and then negotiating the deal to exit, which is the other side of the coin from buying. You know, the shoes on the other foot. All the things that we tell you about buying will be completely different when you're selling. For example, you know, when you're buying, you never make an offer. When you're selling, you never say the price. Okay, so it's the complete reversal. So we'll be doing that this afternoon. So, who is going to be our first energetic? It's a little flat in here, to be honest. Our first energetic volunteer up to the front to sit on the hot seat and tell us what they've been doing, what they need some help with, and I think it's going to be Steve. Steve, come up here, Steve. Come. A ripple of applause as Steve comes up to the front. So Steve and I, we spoke a couple of days ago, and I said, Steve, I haven't seen you for a few months. You need to get down here. How you doing, Steve? Grab a seat. There you go. And what did I say to you? I said, you need to get yourself down here because I could feel from our brief conversation that Steve was already starting to go a little bit off track.
I dropped the ball.
You dropped the ball?
Yeah.
Because I hadn't seen you.
Nope.
I hadn't spoken to you for, it felt like 3 months. It might only have been 2.
I think it was 2, yeah.
2 months, yeah, okay. But 2 months makes all the difference.
Yeah, I started going down the broker route.
You started going down the wrong route?
Yeah.
Because it felt like...
Well, it felt like I wasn't getting anywhere. After reflecting on it, I realised the reason I wasn't getting anywhere is because I sent no letters.
Funny that. Okay.
So after speaking to you and saying, get the letters out, I had letters piled up, I just hadn't sent them. So I put them all in the post box when I spoke to you, and I've had 4 responses already.
But I spoke to you on... Which day did I speak to you? Tuesday or Monday?
Tuesday, yeah.
Tuesday morning?
So they went out, I put them in the post Tuesday to go out, wow. Tuesday evening. And I've had 3 responses already.
3 or 4?
Well, I've had 4, but one of them is a franchise. So I'm not interested.
Yeah. Okay. So when I spoke to you, I felt as though after not speaking to you for a couple of months, you weren't feeling the JJ love, and you'd gone off, sort of wandered off the path.
Well, what I'd started doing was trying to think outside the box myself and think, well, hang on, I was trying to work it out for myself, and then in the end I realised just go back to all the videos and start again. So I started back from October, and I've been back through all the videos.
Oh, really? Okay.
probably about 3 or 4 days of watching videos. But in the end, then I realised where the problem was.
It's not good for you.
No, but after
Too much of a good thing.
It is, but listening to you inspires me a lot anyway. Just watching and the things you talk about. So that then pushed me to start sending letters again. And like I say, I've had responses pretty quick. I've got a deal at the minute, which is actually through the broker because I went down the broker route. They wanted 900,000 for the business. I said no because it's 130,000 profit per year. So I threw at them 350, which I know is what you said to me. You shouldn't have made an offer. Mm-hmm. But essentially, they'd already said 900,000.
The thing is, when we have rules, we need to stick to them.
Yeah.
Because it's really easy to justify breaking the rules, and then you realise that you've broken the rules every single time.
Yeah.
Each time with a different justification.
Yeah.
So
and they have knock-on effects.
And then as a result of that, you'll always wonder really what the price could have been.
Yeah.
And of course, with a broker, you've got a third party sitting in the middle.
Well, this is what I found strange. They've actually just handed it off, and they want nothing to do with it. They just want me to give them a response as to what's happened within the conversation between me and the seller.
Who doesn't want anything to do with it?
The broker. So they've sent it to me, and I'm directly liaising with the owner. And I've had no correspondence between the broker. The broker's not getting involved until they ask me what's going on.
They ask you what's going on. Okay. And who's the broker?
One near me in Bolton. Not KBS. It's Knightsbridge. So it is KBS, isn't it?
Yeah,
but it's under Knightsbridge.
Well, there you go.
But yeah, I've got quite far with this seller. They're quite happy with the price I've offered. The other thing they have is they have a property. And this is the question I've got. That they've got a property which is held within another company. It's 3 owners. The 3 owners own the business as one entity, as one business name, one limited company. And the property is owned in another limited company. Now, I was looking at mortgages because I like the property because the property has more than just being a property, like I've told you in the Zoom. They lease part of the yard out to other haulage companies.
Yes, I remember you saying.
There's a cafe on site that they lease out to somebody else.
So you've got your property company, you've got your operating company.
Yeah.
Are they connected? Are they linked
no,
to the
they're
holding company?
Two completely separate businesses.
Separate companies.
So my question is, because I have heard people say this, buy the business, not the property. Well, my understanding, my question is, how? How does that work?
Well, it depends what you want. Really.
Right.
It depends on your strategy. The reason I just hesitated there, because I was just remembering a conversation we've been having in the inner circle groups this week, which is about building up a property portfolio in the background, because then you've got a physical asset that retains its value regardless of the business, that appreciates in value over time, that can provide collateral for any borrowing. And what you will discover is, you can do your first deal, second deal, in a preferably sort of no money down type scenario. Yeah. But when you start getting a larger number of businesses in the portfolio, you will definitely need additional funding. Right. And the more funding you can get, the faster you will grow. Yeah. And it's not your money, but so for example, David, who won the Buy and Build award last night, he went and got 3.5 million of funding. In actual fact, he sold shortly after he'd got the funding, but he had the funding in there that allowed him to do the things that you can't do from cash flow. So typically from cash flow, you can't afford the superb management team that you need to run the business so it doesn't rely upon you. And it's hard to do that from cash flow in the early days. So you need to have that extra funding to provide that buffer. So the property aspect is really going to be dependent upon your strategy. So what we were saying actually in yesterday's Inner Circle group is, if you start to build up, if you have the opportunity to buy the property, and you can buy the property, keep the property separate from your trading businesses, obviously, and you will always have something to fall back on in a way. I wish that I'd bought some of the properties at the beginning that I was offered. I had some lease options on some properties that I let lapse. I didn't follow through on them, and that, with the benefit of hindsight, it would have been nice to have owned some of those larger, some more prestigious properties, and the land that they sat on, more importantly than the property. So if you want to buy the property and you're able to buy the property, then I would say definitely buy the property.
Right. So is it better to buy the property out of the business or to buy the business with the property in it?
Hang on, say that again.
Is it better to buy the property from the business or from their entity, their limited company, or is it better to buy the limited company that the property sits in?
Buy the company with the property in it.
Right. That's my question then.
Is there a mortgage on the property?
Yes, they've got 50,000 outstanding.
On a property worth how much?
Well, they had a RIC survey. He's not sure whether it was before or after COVID because he's a bit vague on that, but it was 450 RIC surveyed.
Oh, right.
So people have said to me, like finance have said to me, well, it could potentially be worth more than that now.
Absolutely, it could.
So
But if he wants to agree at 450,
oh yeah. I asked what the RIC's valuation, how much they wanted. They said it's been valued at 450. That's what we want.
Great. Oh, fantastic. Well, let's go with that then. Because even if it may have dipped very slightly, it's going to go back. I mean, those of you, who was I talking to last night with 100 properties? You've got 100 properties. Close to 100. Fantastic. So you know that over time it's always up. Yeah. You might get a dip, like there's a bit of correction in the market right now. So if that's the value that you can agree on, fine. Because any lender's going to do their own valuation anyway, which is going to be quite a prudent valuation, and understandably so. So I was talking to a finance broker last week, and I always was working on the 70% loan to value on a commercial, and he was going in at 80%.
Right.
Now, I don't know whether anyone has any experiences of loan to value at the moment.
He gets 80.
Well, he said 80 last week.
It all depends on the rental affordability right now. So mainly when you speak to them, it's not just about loan to value anymore, because after all these stress tests and all the risk and everything, these days just mainly look at for example, if they are happy to give you 75, but your rental affordability is 65%,
yes,
then they give you 65%.
Got it.
For example, things like HMOs and things like that will actually increase the rental yield and potentially can push you to 75, 80%. But again, depends on the area, the rental value. Commercial is different.
Right. So by there being somebody else in there renting from me as well, well, two other businesses renting on this premises, as well as the trading entity. Well, there's actually two trading entities in this business that are trading from the same premises.
There are four tenants.
Yeah, there's four tenants essentially.
So collectively, yeah. But this is it's kind of, there's a slightly hypothetical conversation that we're having, because this is where you need to sit down with a broker and say what is possible with this property and this set of circumstances.
Yeah.
Because the ideal scenario is that you buy it without requiring a deposit effectively, because the way most people think is that you save up your deposit and then you buy the property with the deposit. But if it's sitting in a company, then with the right lender who understands what you're doing and the right broker to position it correctly, you might be able to buy the company and simultaneously put a mortgage on the property that you now own.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, if you remortgage a property that you own, you don't get a deposit, do you? It's your property already.
Yeah.
So if you own the company that owns the property, but it's a little bit of jiggery pokery. But if you get the right lender and the right broker, it's about having the right team. It's always the right team.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's my question. That's what I wanted to ask. That's where I've got a couple more calls to do. I've got one this afternoon and two on Monday. But that's where I'm up to.
Yeah,
but I think I needed that kick up the arse, if I'm honest. That's what I needed.
You need an M&A then.
I know. When you said it then, it was the first thing that went to my head. That's what I need, accountability.
Well, because I told you, didn't I? I said I could hear the difference in your voice. I could see your body language. Excuse me. Your body language was different, and so I was talking a lot last night and a rough throat this morning. I could see the difference in
Yeah.
you, and the only thing that had changed is that I hadn't seen you here for a couple of months.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think missing a meeting really did, because it's 2 months then before I've seen everybody and spoken.
yes.
And also being in the room, you see how everyone else is getting on, and it sort of sets your mind to, right, well, I need to keep pushing forward because everybody else is.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about the mastermind group. But yeah, that's me. That's where I'm up to.
Yeah, fantastic, Steve. Is this to Steve's point?
So, I don't know your property, but what's crossing my mind, what I think I would do, is I would try and get the property,
Yeah.
and then I would title split it, and then I get a valuation on each separate component, because each one will be then individually rated for as commercial properties, commercial premises, and you get a better deal overall. And also try and have a conversation. It's a journey conversation as to, if you got his 450 value, 50,000 outstanding, what's he going to do with the 400 he's going to get for the property? Having that conversation, you then say, well, do you need all of that money now? How much do you need right now? And then you work that out, because then you, as I think Jonathan mentioned, lease options, and then you try and get on a purchase lease option where you pay enough to keep the mortgage going for a few years, etc. There's a whole range of different tactics
He's
here.
open to that. I've actually discussed lease options with him.
Yeah,
He's open
you
to
should
a
never
number
call
of
them
ways.
lease options to a seller, because they don't actually get it, generally speaking. You say...
Well, he bought it on a lease option, so he understood it when
He
I said
did,
it.
okay,
That's
fair
why
enough,
I followed
yeah.
down that route.
But I'd certainly be looking to title split the property and get each section, each separate part valued separately, and you may get a better... this might be 75%, that might be 80%. You might get just a better solution.
Thank you.
Great advice.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else on this point, the property point?
Hi, Steve.
Yeah.
What kind of leases do the other tenants have?
I haven't got that far into it yet, because it's only recently he's mentioned that they own the property. We've only been discussing the business up until probably a week ago. And then when I went to see the premises, and I started asking, because obviously I realised that there was other people on the yard, and he said, no, we own the property, it's just under a different limited company. So that's when I started inquiring more into
Okay,
if they got anything else in this
yeah,
limited company, but it is just that property, so...
Okay, you just need to work out whether or not the other tenants are on licenses or leases. If they're on longer leases,
Yeah.
the longer the lease, the easier it will be to get the financing.
Right.
And like the other gentleman was saying, I couldn't see who it was from here, but if you can title split it, the value of the whole is less than. It will be less than if you do it in three separate pieces generally. So
Right.
that's the reason for doing it is through the title split.
I'll
And you can do
inquire.
that at the time of completion, so
Right.
it can all be
So
tied together.
sorry, did you say that the value of the separate pieces is greater than the whole?
Yeah,
whole,
absolutely.
yeah.
Because if the rent, let's say it's 10,000 for each piece, generally it works out that piece, and that piece separately are worth more money than if it had been 30,000 for the whole.
Right.
It's just the way they calculate
So
valuations.
you could get your vendor to put each of the tenants onto a proper lease.
And right.
Yeah, but you wouldn't necessarily tell the vendor that you're going to title split it. It's not for them to know. Just at completion, your solicitors will have split it into three, and then you get your finance on each of the three parts separately.
Right, I'm understanding. Right,
Okay.
yeah.
Happy to chat it through if you want.
Yeah,
in the break.
yeah, if we could, yeah.
Again,
just so
again, good advice.
clear on it, yeah. But yeah, that's it. If anyone, I don't know if anybody else got anything they can add. Transport.
Oh yes, of course, yeah. Anyone else on this property angle? People with property experience? Anyone else? Okay, does that give you some
Yeah,
help?
it does. That's cleared quite a lot up. I'll have a few discussions in the break.
So,
about that.
okay, so what's the plan then? What are you going to do? How are we going to get you back on track here?
So, there's 3 owners in this business. I've met 2 of them. One of them's in Greece on holiday. He wants to emigrate to Greece, so he's been over there looking for property. So I've got to wait for him to come back. He should be back this week, and then I can.
Well, let's
down
hope you
and-
found one.
Well, my wife. I took my wife.
Start sending in
And,
brochures and things.
I took my wife, and she disappeared with the owners' wives into the room having a brew and chatting away. And we had a discussion, and when I left, she found out she knew everything about them. She knew their life story. She knew all the kids. She knew exactly what they were planning on doing. She knew where they were retiring to. She knew everything. And I thought I need to take her more often. I literally had the full breakdown of these people's lives in about half an hour of me chatting.
Brilliant.
So that was a good thing. But yeah, I'm at the point now where I'm going to go and see him. I'm hopefully going to see him either end of next week, beginning of the week after, to get head signed.
Yeah.
But I want to get this property sorted out.
Sometimes you want to buy the business because of the property.
Sometimes, yeah. I'm into transport, and he's got nice trucks. I like trucks, you see. He's got nice trucks. I pulled up, I was like, I like them. I really like them. He's got good contracts as well, which has allowed him to get the newer trucks. So I feel confident in what I'm doing, and my operations manager is confident with it.
So on a broader level, what's going to happen next? What's your plan for next year?
Plan for next year?
Yeah.
On a bigger scale?
Yeah.
So I'm talking to a bloke called Brian at the minute who he's got 12 trucks. He's wanting to sell. So I'm looking to... I've got 4 that I really, really like the idea of that would go together really nicely. My plan is to try and seal a deal with all 4 of them. My plan is to have 4 or 5 depots by the end of next year, so that I've got a network of transport.
Great. So do you know what that looks like in terms of numbers?
Yeah, but I don't want to go on and say it and commit to it.
You can't say it and commit to it. Can I just pause just there? Can I just, because again we had this in a group yesterday.
Right.
Is that you've got to commit to it, because if you don't commit to it, no one else is going to commit to it for you.
Okay, so the plan for the end of next year is I want to be at a turnover of 20 million, and I want to be making around a net of around about 1.6, 1.8. I did a bit of research last week and found out that Fowler Welsh was bought by Kalina for 98 million, and they had a net profit that year of 4.3, I think it was, which was 22 times multiple on their net profit. So I've realised if I can get 5...
So this is the planning exercise, and we're going to do this throughout the course of today. It's saying, this is the outcome that I want, and these are the steps I need to take to get there. So these are the bigger steps, and the bigger steps are going to be acquisition number 1, acquisition number 2. And then we're going to break it down into the smaller steps that you need to start taking, like today. I mean, I wouldn't wait until January, really. I said January, but I wouldn't wait till January. Because you might as well start right now. There's no benefit to waiting till January, because that's another form of procrastination. When you've got momentum, just roll with the momentum. And the people that I've always seen take the longest to get where they want to go, it's because they don't get started. There's always a reason why they haven't got started. And they're very, very good reasons. They're very, very strong reasons.
Mine are
but
all
then
excuses.
we can all tell ourselves reasons why we haven't got started on things. I do it as well. But it's overcoming that. I'm going to do it now. Why put it off? The decision is not going to improve by waiting a few weeks. Let's just do it now. Like, you got those letters out immediately after speaking.
Well, I've realised now, as I've been at this for a year, I've realised one of my big mistakes is taking too much time to get back to people and respond. And so now I'm doing things but now I'm doing things on a daily. So every day I'm making sure I'm responding and connecting with people.
Absolutely. I mean, people's interest in selling, if you got them at that moment, let's get them. Because I tell you what people do, if they contact you and you don't get back to them, or it feels like they think you're not interested for some reason, and lack of response or gaps in response always look like someone's not interested, then you've set them off on this course of I'm going to exit, I'm going to sell. So the next thing they do is they Google how to sell my business, and there's KBS. And then they go and list with KBS. You then, a few months later, say, I never really followed up with that guy. And he goes, we're with KBS now. And KBS said we're going to get £1 million for it. And it's immediately, you've lost the opportunity. And that person will maybe come back again in a year's time when they haven't sold, but it's still...
Well, strangely, actually,
not good for you.
I had a call on Monday from somebody I spoke to in January who said he didn't... If you remember the one that went to... And he said, my son's going to take over now after I'd done all the legwork. to make it to put the offer together.
Are you suggesting that I can remember a deal that you told
It
me
was,
about in January?
it was, I think I'm sorry, yeah, it was earlier
I've heard a
this
few
year.
since then.
But, yeah, he
okay.
got back to me, weirdly, to ask me if I knew any drivers.
Okay, so look, it's all about focus as well.
Yeah.
It's all about saying, right, this is the plan, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to do it, and then it's discipline. And if you think about achieving anything, whether it's climbing a mountain, going on a diet, running 5K, whatever it is, it requires discipline in small steps and consistent discipline where you do something every single day to move yourself towards your goal without any doubt whatsoever.
Yeah.
And me nagging at you earlier this week, even that had a difference.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
Yeah.
It made me realise that I wasn't putting enough effort in.
Okay.
That's what it made me realise.
But okay, let's look at this, because you will not be alone when you say that. So you say it's about not putting enough effort in. What is it that is the prize at the end not compelling enough for you?
Yeah. Do you know what the problem is? I'm used to working 12, 14 hours a day. And doing this, I haven't got 12 or 14 hours of work a day to do. So I'll do 2 or 3, 4 hours of work.
Yep.
And then I've done everything for the day. And then for the rest of the day, I sit there going, no, I should be doing something. I've not done anything. I've still got 8 hours of the day left, and I've got nothing to do. Because everything that I've needed to do for that day, I've done within 4 hours. But I'm used to working long days, you see, and long hours. So for me, doing shorter days is weird.
Some people would see that as an advantage.
Yeah.
They wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do we overcome this then?
Just find more to do. So what I've started doing is just writing letters when I've got nothing else to do.
Speaking to more people.
Yeah.
Looking at more businesses.
Yeah.
Understanding the businesses better.
Yeah.
Learning more about those businesses.
That's everything I'm doing. I'm just filling the spaces. This is what I say me watching your videos. Because if I don't, I just sit at home, just...
You see, here's the thing.
chewing my nails, doing nothing.
If you went to a handful of finance brokers about the commercial property that we've just been talking about, and you really immersed yourself in understanding what the lending criteria are right now, because obviously it changes all the time, what they are right now, what you can do, understanding risk valuations. You could come back here next month, so you spent a few weeks doing that, and you would be the expert in the room on exactly how to structure a deal like that.
Yeah.
Because you just immerse yourself in it and say, I'm going to learn everything about this. Now imagine it was a year down the line and you've been looking at commercial properties in many of the businesses that you're looking at. Your confidence level and your knowledge level would go through the roof.
Yeah. Well, I've learned that now with when I'm talking about businesses, and with this year, I've learned so much about valuing businesses, understanding what I'm looking at, understanding...
But you lost the momentum a little bit.
What I did was I dropped the ball with the letters, which then stopped me getting the deal flow, which then...
You're not alone. You're not alone. And if anyone is still thinking, well, I can shortcut the process by sending emails...
No, you can't.
Yeah, don't look for shortcuts when it's something so critically important. It's just not worth... You waste a couple of months figuring out it doesn't work. Now, then there'll be someone who said, oh, I sent some emails and I got a response from someone. Well, great, but what does that prove? What does that prove?
Nothing.
It's follow the process that works. When you go off the track of the process, and people sometimes don't realise they are going off track. And it's like in Only Fools and Horses, Trigger's broom. That it was the same broom that he's been using for 20 years, and he's only replaced the handle 18 times and the brushes 25 times, but he still thinks of it as the same broom. It's not the same broom, okay? It's changed all these bits, and it's not the same anymore.
Yeah.
And people think they're following the process, but they change all the parts. And then, well, I'm sending emails, and yes, I'm talking to brokers, and the brokers want me to put in offers. So immediately you're going down that wrong path, and I'm putting in offers. And this lender wanted to take my house as security. You're breaking every single rule. So keeping focused, and what I'd like you to do before the end of today is put on a piece of paper the numbers. What's the number at the end of the year? How am I going to get there? What are the deals that I need to do? And really, if you only need to do, let's say, 4 deals, I don't know how big.
About 5. I've got one of them that's contacted me is a 12 million turnover business doing about 1.2 million profit. They're at this about 10% margin, so the other one's 2.6.
Okay, so
that's why I'm saying 20, because them 4 on their own would make almost 20.
20 is a big number, but you're in a business with big numbers. So,
Yeah.
So can you do 5 deals in 12 months? Of course you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely, of course you can. But you can't, if you're going to do 5 deals next year, you can't wait till June to get started. You've actually got to start laying the groundwork right now.
Yeah.
And can you put five deals? Of course you can.
Mm. Oh, I believe. Yeah, I totally believe I can do it now.
But then, to be fair, just to give you fair warning, you're going to have other problems that you don't even know that you're going to have.
Yeah.
I can tell you the problems. The problems are going to be management and having quality of management. Those of you who've done it are nodding. You're going to have issues with that. You're going to have issues with cash flow because your overheads are going to be so much higher. Yeah. All it takes is a couple of clients who don't pay on time that it can start to mess around with the cash flow. You're going to therefore need to raise money. But in order to raise money, you need to have absolutely watertight financials. You need a CFO and FD in to run that, to put together the forecasts, and you need to then go out and pitch to raise money. And we're not talking about hundreds of thousands. It has to be. No one's going to lend you. Lending a few 100,000 is not worth anyone's time. Mm. Yeah, let's get some serious numbers in, because if you're building a 20 million revenue business, you would expect there to be 3 or 4 million of debt in there. Mm-hmm. Because it would be bizarre not to. So these are all the challenges that you're going to face. You're going to have all the integration problems, you're going to have the cultural problems, and it's a lot harder than just putting everyone in the same uniform. I wish it was that easy. Yeah. But you're going to have the people who have the culture of work hard, play hard. The other company has the culture of knocking off at the last, 1 minute to 5, they're out the door. And how do you put these people together and get them to work together? You're going to have all the property challenges. If you end up with half a dozen properties, you've got all the maintenance issues. You've got all the property management issues. You've got to know all about insurance. You've got to know. You'll become an expert on leases and doing property deals at the same time. It's really exciting, but sometimes you don't know what you don't know.
I can't wait for that bit though. That's the bit that I'm looking forward
to. Because I think you like being busy, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You will be very busy. If you do 5 deals, you're going to be really, really busy. Again, not nods from people who've done it. Yeah, you're going to be super busy in a fun way, but also in a stressful way. The other problem then is managing the work-life balance.
Yeah.
Making sure you're not dragged into the detail, and that's helped by having the strong management team. Now.
I've got someone who's going to run it for me, so
okay.
I'm not involved in it on the day-to-day. He's going to be involved in the day-to-day.
You say that.
I'll probably get phone calls day-to-day, but I won't be at the premises.
No, I mean, that is absolutely the ideal outcome. The reality is it's a lot harder to get to that stage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So David, who mentioned earlier, said, well, Gavin, you were talking to him, and you were having a moan about having
84 staff.
84 staff, yeah.
He turned around and said, well, that's all right, I had 700. So.
Yeah.
At that point, I just went...
So you had 700 staff, and then having the team and the HR. 700 staff, every day you've got someone who's resigning or being fired. You're constantly recruiting. You've got a grievance every week. You've got a discrimination case every week. There's always going to be something, and that's not going away. That's always that's going to increase. But he got himself an 8-figure exit. So it's almost like you can't have a one-person business and have an 8-figure exit. Mm-hmm. How do you feel now?
I feel good, actually. I feel like I've got the answers. I'm going to speak to a few people now in the break when we get a chance. Okay. And I'll start writing up.
Yeah. I want to see your plan at the end of the day.
Yeah. I'll get that done for you.
Let's give this man some applause. Thanks, okay. Who's next? We've known each other a while.
Yes.
have you progressed as much or as far as you wanted to go?
I've been out there, I sent the letters, I talked to business owners, and I feel I'm back at square one. And this is what I want to talk about.
Okay, let's talk about that.
So I chose to...
Because you think you're the only person
Well,
feeling
exactly,
and thinking
yeah.
this way, but there will be others.
Yeah. So I chose the construction sector because I've worked a bit in that, and you suggested, well, that is, do something you know something about. So I went a whole journey with Christina. We talked to a 50 million turnover business. I talked to lots of business owners. And then I realized the business owners telling me, don't go in construction, it's too risky. Then you told me...
Sorry, who's telling you that?
The business owners themselves. Not all of them, just one of them.
An interesting sales tactic.
No, but he's someone I know, and actually I'm helping him to sell the business, and I was tempted to buy it, and then he said, look, just don't buy it. But as a friend, because he's done it for years,
Fine.
and he realized.
So what happened next?
Then you told me that private equity will not really buy in construction industry. Because it's risky. Yeah, I think you said that. Oh, don't go back on your words now.
No, I just can't imagine me. I can't imagine me saying that. It's all on video anyway.
Yeah.
I can't imagine me saying that because, well, it just doesn't feel like something I would have said. But it's okay.
Anyway, this is the detail we just brush away. So now I'm thinking.
Can we just get something so clear on what construction is? Because construction is a huge category. So John Hood, who many of you know, who's in the Inner Circle group, he has bought. I'm going to get my numbers wrong. If anyone can remember from yesterday, he's bought 6 businesses that would fall under the construction umbrella. One, again, I'm a little hazy on these details, but there's a windows and doors company. There's a so it's that. So construction is it's like manufacturing. Manufacturing is like a huge sector. So are you talking about building houses?
Yeah, building houses, property, commercial.
Okay.
I'm not sure if civil engineering is part of it, but...
Yeah. And I've got to say, just as a general point for everyone, the more specific you are, the better. Because if you go to a data broker and say, I want construction companies, here's 200,000 of them. Where do you begin?
Yeah. So to sort of clarify, I chose groundworks companies, fencing, demolition. That was the sector. I was quite specific in what I targeted.
Okay.
But
fencing, demolition,
groundworks.
Yeah.
You sent the letters, Ian?
Yeah, I did send letters. Yeah, I had only 200, and I had replies. This 50 million business came through it, and they even said. So I learned a lot. So you have in the construction industry, you have first tier, second tier, and third tier businesses. So a first tier business is the one that has the contract, and then they subcontract to a groundworks business who does the foundations, right? And then, but the groundworks business doesn't have that contract. They just have a deal with the first tier company. And that's also what gives a lot of risk. There's no security in groundwork companies. all...
So I'm hearing all the negatives here.
Yeah.
So what happened next?
So I realized I actually don't want to. I don't enjoy it. And the part of the problem is, when I talk to the finance people, they said, look, they didn't like the whole industry either. So it's a few of those issues that make me realize.
So if you can't finance something, you can't buy it, right? Whatever type of finance you're using, doesn't matter. If you can't finance it, you can't buy it.
No.
So what happened after that?
So now I feel like I'm back at square one, that I should try to find a different sector. But where I'm getting stuck is I just don't know enough about other sectors. So you said, very much in the beginning, find someone who knows about it.
Yep.
And help you. So would you employ that person, or would you think of someone in your friend circle, or?
Okay. So so there's several different answers depending upon the circumstances. So let's start generally and then sort of narrow it down to be more specific. I think this challenge of I don't know what type of business to buy is incredibly distracting for everyone, because it's this, no one wants to make a mistake. So do I do this one, or do I do this one, or do I do this one? It's like, well, first of all, what do you know about? Because buying something that you understand is quite fundamental. If you don't understand it, then you're always going to be confused by it. And it's not good to own something that confuses you.
Could you clarify understanding? Because so, for example, I know I'm a mechanical engineer.
Okay.
I understand about the technicalities, but I don't understand about the industry or actually running that sort of business.
Let me give you an example. So I've got residential buy-to-lets that I've collected over the last 20 years. And I understand how that works. So single units, I get that. Now, I know what an HMO is. I've never owned one. I know there's some legislation and there's a register, and I think there's a different class of mortgage, but I don't really get it. So if I was going to go out and buy a residential investment property, and I stick to what I know, I'm going to be all right. But if I go and buy my first HMO and I discover they're changing the licensing, I don't know. I kind of know all these words, but I don't really know how it works. I'm probably going to come a cropper, aren't I? Because I'm doing something that I don't understand. Mm-hmm. So, but I do understand single unit buy-to-lets. Not much to understand about them. Very simple, but I do understand them. So the question you and everyone has to ask themselves is, what do I understand, or what can I get my head around really quickly? So let's take one of these laundromats where you go in, you put your coins in the machine, you've got one person there who fills up the soap powder and everything. Yeah, it's a pretty easy business to understand. This is we have a maintenance contract with this firm. They come out and fix everything. All the machines are on some sort of lease agreement. We pay this person X pounds an hour. We're open 18 hours a day. There's 2 shifts. And it's either coin operated, I guess these days maybe they're card operated, I don't know. But it used to be coin operated, and you collect the money in, and this is how you do the banking. I reckon you could sit down with the owner of a laundromat, and within 60 minutes, you know everything about running a laundromat, and every single one of us can do it. It's a really simple business model, and we can get our head around it. It's also a business that makes money, and people make very good money. Years ago, things have changed a lot because technology has changed, but sort of mass technology, there are more millionaires in America from dry cleaning and laundromats than any other sector. Okay, then obviously it all changed with computers, but that used to be the case because people wash their clothes, put their money in, and you make a profit every time they wash their clothes and dry their clothes. All right, so it's a really simple business that we get to learn, and there's lots of businesses like that we can get our heads around really quickly. If we can get our head around really quickly, that's going to help us, because after we've spoken to half a dozen owners in that sector, we'll have quite a bit of expertise. I'm sure there are publications. There's a National Laundromat Association, okay, and there might even be a convention of laundromat owners where they get together and talk about soap powder and the best detergents. There's all of these things. It's very tried and tested. We can learn it. We can get under the skin of it really quickly. And we can very quickly, after speaking to half a dozen laundromat owners, get a real sense of value and expectations. And if we wanted to go out and buy 5 laundromats next year, it's a walk in the park. That would not be difficult at all. Okay? So that's me just picking something out of the air off the top of my head.
Okay.
All right? Now, if your knowledge and skills in a different area, then it's going to be really easy for you to, like Phil knows trucking and transport inside out and backwards. He can look at a trucking and transport company, know exactly, he wouldn't pay a penny over that for it, and he looks at the assets, he looks at the invoices and says, this is how I'm going to finance it. Bish, bash, bosh, there's the deal.
I wish I could have some of Phil's DNA. It sounds like really good.
Yeah, but I tell you what it is. That bish bash posh is basically saying, I know what I'm doing because I've learnt it from experience, or I've studied it. I've studied laundromats. Between now and the new year, I'm going to become an expert on laundromats. I don't know everything, and I bet there's someone out there in America doing a coaching program for laundromat owners, how to make your laundromat more successful. You know, it's $500. Let's get on that program. Let's understand the DNA of laundromats. You could become a laundromat expert. And I'd be finding out at the same time how many thousands of them there are in the UK. And I'd send out some letters, and I'd be speaking to people. And I'd say, right, I'm going to be the laundromat king. I'm going to go and buy 5.
Yeah, no,
and it's
I
that,
get it.
the way
I
I'm
get it.
speaking is that momentum. And the people that I see really move forward seem to have a momentum. It's not about doing everything quickly and slapdash. It's not that at all. It's about just taking that decisive action. Like we were talking with Steve. It's just moving things forward. And I know that's a very long answer to your question. I haven't fully answered it yet. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I Googled books on Amazon, and there's Laundromat, the beginner's handbook to laundromat investing, which has got a 4.6 star rating. So, and I think it's
That's amazing.
20 quid or something.
There you go. So all part of your expert. Just pass the mic next to you.
Cheers. Hi, Ian. We had a good conversation last night at the bar, and that was about, the same conversation you're having this morning. And I was like, what are you passionate about? And what do you know about? That might be a good place to start. So you were talking about automation, and that there was an existing company you work for that you could potentially buy and build on from there. So, that's something you're passionate about it, you're a mechanical engineer. Could you start there? Is that an option for you?
Well, yes, it's a one-man band, basically. It's a very small company, and that sounds to me like, right, there will be limited amount of funds, they don't have the heating on in the office, they can't afford it. So this is my hurdle.
It's not a business.
No, it's not a business,
It's a job.
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't want a job.
So I'm not talking about necessarily buying that business, although that might be an opportunity in itself. I'm talking about in that sector.
Well,
there
what I
must
was
be lots of
thinking,
businesses, right?
Thinking outside the box, but in a good way, is, okay, I've got contact with this guy, right? Why don't I use that as a platform and say, look, I bought your business onto the next big one I buy.
No, but that's not a platform.
No, but what I'm saying, I've got his expertise, because what I found with the finance people, they ask me, how long have you worked in this sector? Yeah, well...
I've just thought...
No, I've not. You see, I need to convince the finance people that they can trust me, that I know what I'm doing.
So I think the shift is, okay, not about this business and potentially what you could tap into with this other gentleman that, owns this business. I think this is about finding an area of passion or something that you know of or you've got expertise in, so that when you send out the letters to automation companies, all sorts of laser companies or whatever else is in that, might be in warehousing or whatever sort of automation that you're interested in. There might be 5,000 of these companies, I'm not sure. But because you have some expertise, it's a good place for you to start. Get out and send out those letters to automation companies, and start that journey. And then it might make sense that at some point you can bring in this other gentleman or bolt his business on to others that you're buying. But I think move past this guy.
Yeah.
You need to get you need to crack on, right?
But also what we said last night, I need to just do my own, I need to go my own path and not rely on others, to get rid of others.
Yeah. You overthink it, without a doubt. And I appreciate what you've just been saying. I think it all starts to sound too complicated. I've just had a crazy idea. What I'm going to say to everyone in this M&A group next year is, right, we're all going to go and buy a laundromat. All right? I'll buy one as well. Okay? And we'll all own a laundromat within the first 6 months, because laundromats make money and cash. And I seem to remember once in a conversation you were saying that your priority is cash flow.
Well, I'm strapped for cash, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Okay. So it's cash flow, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the question is then, how do we get cash flow? And if we can buy this business where you've got a woman who's worked there for 20 years and a guy who's worked there for 15 years, turning up every day, emptying out the coins, banking it. I mean, it feels like a really lovely hands-off type of business. And if it makes, I've got no idea how much a laundromat makes. I bet we could Google how much does a laundromat make, and we'd find out pretty quickly. And we could all buy one in the first 6 months of next year, and just use it as a cash machine.
Yeah, well, that sounds lovely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so have I potentially just solved the confusion issue? Because I do sometimes wonder when I have people who aren't sure which sector to buy in, if I told you, it might be easier. If I actually said, right, you're going to buy a laundromat, you're going to buy a dental practice, and it's like it takes away the sort of the do I, don't I, what are all, there's so many different options. So if you go and buy a laundromat, and the laundromat, I don't know, would a laundromat make £1,000 a week clear? I don't know. If it's in the right area. It's all about location, isn't it?
Yeah. Do they still exist? Yeah, there's
Yeah,
some,
oh,
right?
yeah, they do.
They normally they're normally linked to dry cleaners as well.
Dry cleaners, right. Okay. So I might want to
Yeah.
combine them.
Now, I spoke to my dry cleaner. I said, how does this business work? And he said, it's really hard to make one dry cleaning business work. You need a couple, and then you can use a hub for all of the cleaning stuff.
Right.
So you basically have drop-off locations. So he said, you need one. I said, so why have you only got one? He said, oh, it's the hassle, it's the staff.
Okay.
Well, there you go. If you don't want a bit of hassle, then you're always going to be not getting past go. Someone had their hand up a moment ago. Where is our microphone? There you go.
Weirdly, I spent quite a bit of time in a laundry mat over the last few weeks. They've ripped our kitchen out, so our laundry's not working. So I ended up having to sit there, and I did speak to the old lady behind. So it's completely automated. You walk in and there's nobody there. You put your money in, you put your thingy in. They do have a thingy wash as well, so you pay them and whatever. But as I was speaking to her, because this laundry's been there for probably 50 years. She goes, it used to be really busy back in the day. Then everybody started having their own laundries and at home, and it disappeared. And she goes, now there's an uptick again as people want someone to do their ironing and do their laundry. So they come, they drop off the stuff, I wash it, iron it, and give it back to them. And then as we were talking, the owner came in, I spoke to them as well. And there are a number of franchise people who are now launching fully automated laundry. So I don't know if you've ever seen them. You'll see one at like petrol stations. So you just sort of drive in, drop your stuff into the laundry.
No people.
No people at all. It's all card payments. So there's definitely a market for it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be spending all this money relaunching brand new ones.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't want. So I'm hearing what you're saying. If there's a franchise doing this, there must be some business there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you go and buy 50 of them next year, there's an opportunity for an exit.
Okay, right. This is the plan for the rest of the day. During the breaks, during lunch break, I want you all to Google laundromats, how much they make, what are the profit margins, all of these things. And what we'll do, we'll collect this information together, and we're going to write it up on the board or the flip chart. And by the end of the day, we're going to collectively be really knowledgeable about a laundromat business, and then you can decide whether you're going to go and buy one.
Wow.
Because if I said to you, Ian, go and buy a laundromat, do it by Easter of next year, because these are small businesses. I mean, I know there's going to be huge ones, but these are smaller businesses. One owner. It's not going to be multiple shareholders in different countries around the world. It's going to be one owner, husband and wife owner. Where you can go and do a deal. It feels to me like if I could say that to you by Easter next year, by April next year, you'd own that laundromat making whatever it is, whether it's £300 a week or £500 a week or that, whatever it is, but making money every week, which solves the cash flow problem, and you feel like a superstar.
Very creative. I like it. I like it.
There you go.
So I buy them as cash cows rather than building a group of laundromats. Which
Well, but it's the same thing. You just said the same thing in different ways. You said buy them as cash cows rather than building a group. It's the same thing.
It doesn't matter, yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter whether you...
As long as it brings
if
money.
you've got one that's making money, you might have two. If there's two that's making money, you have three.
Yeah.
And as long as you can manage the operations and someone else can sort of sort out the staff not turning up at 6 a.m. and things like that without you being woken up at 5 a.m. That's it, which is get someone else to do that. Then by the end of the year, you might have 2 or 3 or 4, and you might say, I'm going to keep on going.
Yeah.
And people will tell you, oh, it's a dying sector and all these things, but you say there's an uptick in activity. But at the end of the day, if it's making money, you're not worried about what it's going to do in 30 years' time.
No.
You're worried about the next few years, and you make as much money as possible, and then you can do something else. And maybe some of these laundromats, coming back to our first point of the day, own the property.
Yeah, wow. Sounds
There
good.
you go. So then you take the profit that you're making from the laundromats and go and buy the property. And the thing is that it's so possible. It's just taking action, following through, not getting off track, keeping focused.
No, I like it. It's brilliant. It's actually the best answer.
Despite all that talk about laundromats, Ian made a comment earlier. If I can just take us back to that, please, if we can. Ian said that when he was looking at the construction business, he then explained there's this layer 1, layer 2, layer 3. And I'd like some guidance from you about that, because we've come across that as well, that you're not dealing with a layer 1 company, you're dealing with layer 2. And the only contract that they have is that one contract with the head agreement. And that, as Ian pointed out, is actually very risky. Now, there are other sectors, not just construction, that have that situation. And we've looked at some and dismissed them because of that risk. Maybe you have give some guidance and have a view that says, well, it's not actually that risky if, and then ... for you, that relieves us that angst of buying a business then suddenly has no business.
Okay, so I think, is this a swap? We're moving on a bit, aren't we? I think this is...
Well, it's because Ian raised it, that was all.
But I think, actually, are we done for the moment?
Yeah, but can I take you up on that idea and everyone to look
Oh, yeah.
if you have
Now,
a
we'll
minute?
start at the first
I would
break.
really appreciate that.
As you start finding out information, we're going to write it up on the board.
I'll do so myself well, of course.
Yeah.
I'll be part of
So
the
ladies and
deal.
gentlemen, a round of applause for the Laundromat King! So to summarise, you've got a major point of weakness and potential failure by having a contract. You're basically buying a business that has one contract.
Yes.
Okay. So I actually spoke to someone on Zoom, a new masterminder in Dallas, about this a couple of days ago. And he is in a transport business, and they've got one major contract, and it was exactly the same question. So the first thing is a change of control provision in the contract. So it's quite possible, if this is a big deal contract, there is a change of control provision, which means that should sometimes just the directors change, but definitely the majority shareholding, in other words, the person with significant control changes, the contract has to be re-examined, it's voided, it's renegotiated. So there could be a challenge there. But that's for your lawyer to look in the contract to make sure that doesn't happen. So let's say there isn't a change of control provision, which is actually quite unlikely, but let's say it isn't. Then we are now potentially buying a business where there is a termination clause that says they can give 3 months termination, 6 months termination, no termination notice, 7 days, 1 day. If there's a particular breach, then it's instant. And they can accuse you of the breach, and then you've got to get legal with them to fight whether there was a breach or not, and it's whether you can afford it, and it gets expensive. Okay? So we have this challenge potentially where you buy the business, 3 months later the contract vanishes. And this is the point of weakness that reduces the value of the business considerably. I would only ever consider one option in that scenario. And the option is to make sure that any payment for the business is linked to the contract being in place and also performing at the same level. Because the contract might be in place, but they've reduced their requirement from here down to here. So the contract's still there, but they're hardly buying anything from you. So this is effectively a form of earn-out, where we are linking the future performance of the business, in this case the performance of a particular contract, with the payment for the business. So if the contract is ended, payments stop. If it continues, payments continue. Does that start to answer your question?
It does, yeah. It starts. This, to be fair, this is Jules progressing that fencing and construction, fencing and groundworks business. That's what it was about.
Yeah.
And but I was more interested in how you handle the contract side, because that's where I've got my interest, is in the contracts and the legal side.
Yeah.
But Jill just reminded me as I stood up, this was actually a third layer, a layer three contract. It's a layer 3 contract. Right. The problem was that this company builds for Lidl's, and if there's a slowdown in construction of Lidl's or Aldi's, they hold the head agreement. Yeah. Then there's a second agreement, and we're the third agreement, and we'd be the first to be let go, you see. So that's what I was really trying to understand.
So the simplest earn-out is you pay a percentage of the revenue you receive that's derived from that contract. That's the simplest way of doing it. So you obviously know what the profit margin is on that contract, and then you're paying part of that profit, but it's reflected as a percentage of turnover, because it's a lot easier to calculate turnover. And this amount came into the bank this quarter, and therefore we are going to pay you X% of that amount of money that came into the bank. Here are the bank statements. This is the calculation. Do you agree? Yes, you do. Transfer the money. And then it de-risks it from your now. There's actually an upside for the seller, because if it goes up, they start spending more on that contract during your agreement term, probably 3 years, then they get more.
We actually did that. We put that on the table, didn't we, Hunt? We offered a percentage of a fixed fee for consulting, and then a percentage provided that the profit grew by a minimum 10%, then he got 17% of the share of that. Okay. So we actually put it in place. I know it sounds complicated, but he was quite open to receiving that as an offer, but knowing that it was actually linked to the effort and the contracts being in place.
Oh, absolutely. Because what you don't know is someone might be selling the business because they've heard on the grapevine that contract's not going to be renewed. And let's find a sucker who will buy it from us now, and then the contract won't be renewed, and it's their problem, not ours. So I would actually say that anyone who says, no, give me the £1 million, it's your problem, I would treat that with suspicion. But someone who's willing to share the risk with you. Why should you, as the buyer, take all the risk? Why should you do that?
In the end, he was so confident that the contracts would remain, and that he was going to see an increase in the profit and the turnover, that he wanted to stay on for like 5 years or some stupid number, and we wanted to get rid of him. But he was kind of confident, so it kind of turned the deal upside down, because we didn't want him in the business for that long, obviously.
I always find it bizarre that people want to sell a business and then stay in the business. It always seems very strange to me. I mean, it's different in a private equity deal, because you know that you are de-risking, so you're taking some money off the table, and then you're going to use your new financial partner's firepower to grow the business, and then your percentage is going to be worth more than the whole business is worth now in the future on that secondary buyout, 3, 4, 5 years hence.
So that's why he pulled out in the end. We had the heads of terms on the table with the pen in hand. And he didn't want to. He realised that actually he could make more money out of this, so he was the one who walked away from us at that stage.
Okay, keep the door open. I'm sure you have, because sometimes people have second thoughts. But how frustrating to get to actually have heads of terms ready to sign.
We did,
and there was no inkling up to that point.
Well, there was that issue that we've raised with you previously. That was the retained earnings issue. That was a big issue. Hang on. Sorry, it's a teamwork here. There you go.
He couldn't get his head around that the retained earnings is actually an accounting tool, as far as he was concerned, there was $500,000 sitting in retained earnings that was his, and he wouldn't accept that he'd bought vans and equipment, and they were in the debtor's book and such like. He wanted that extra $500,000. At the last minute, he said, the last meeting, he said, "No, I want that retained earnings." Plus, I think
so the cash wasn't there.
The cash wasn't there. No, because I said to him, if you can show me the cash, you can have it.
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
But I'm not going to pay you for something that you've paid out in something else.
That's right. That we've already accounted for in the assets because of the vans are sitting on the asset register, which and I know he'd bought them because I'd seen the asset register and such like. And the other thing was that the latest accounts had just come in, and he realised that they'd made more profit than at the end of year accounts. Yeah. So therefore, he decided that that he wanted more money for it. Sure. And because of what Steve outlined with the risk, we were fairly concerned that the contracts or the arrangements were there because of him rather than necessarily because of his business.
Personality driven.
So if he did leave the business, we had no guarantee those contracts were still going to be there.
Yeah, exactly. And usually, when you complete a due diligence questionnaire when you're selling, one of the questions is about concentration of customers. So any customer that constitutes more than 5% of the annual revenue in any given year, it has to be flagged up because they see that as a point of weakness. So having a spread of customers insulates you against problems like that customer leaving because they had the relationship with Jeff and they don't want to.
Yeah. So there were actually 5 customers in total, but they were all that arrangement, and they just in conversation we picked up that he was a strong part of that relationship. Rather than there being anything on paper.
So then have you added then to your criteria a spread of customers?
Yes.
Yeah, that's now got to be something to ask, isn't it? And check quite early on.
Yes.
How many clients do you actively have today?
Yeah, absolutely. That's very much part of our...
and it's because of him that the contracts were in place. That's when we offered him the consulting period, because we realised that we need that time to win favour with all the other clients and the head contract, that we could then prove that actually we know what we're doing as well, and that we could actually then exit him, and then we could take over and build trust. So we were prepared to pay for that, and we were going to pay $60,000 a year for it.
We were very close to becoming motivated buyers at that point, and so we had to be firm and say no, the risk is too high. We've analysed it, and we're not going above this figure.
Yes. So at that point, how many of these? This is fencing, is it?
Yeah.
How many of these fencing companies have you had conversations with at that
now
point?
I've had about maybe 7 or 8 conversations.
That's very good.
Not. It's hard to get conversations because they're all so busy. They've all got money rolling in at the moment. I'm going to go out again in January when it's cold. The current economic climate might start to bite and such like. But up till now, they've all. Every conversation I've had just said, well, we've got more work than we can handle. So they're not motivated sellers. The ones I've spoken to have all been tyre kickers.
Yeah, some of them just want to know how we're going to buy it. They just want to know what we know about buying businesses.
Okay. All right. So if I could just take one of the mics, please. Who would like to add some comments to what we've just heard?
You're right about it. I've got the same. Everybody wants to know, maybe you can buy, if not, we stay on. But the only thing you can do is just move on. So you hit somebody who is too old or is ill or just want to sell because something else. That's it. Because a lot of people who call me after the mailing just want to figure out if they want to sell. So they're not motivated enough in the end. Most of them maybe want to stay on. So I'm 52. Maybe I want to sell if there's enough money. So you better move on directly.
Yeah. We've got to that stage. It's just a case of that needle in the haystack of somebody who probably needs to sell more than just is kicking the tyres.
But retirement age is the biggest. That's the biggest motivator. Yeah.
Well, several of those that I spoke to were above 65 and just loved what they did. That was the other problem. I mean, one was 80, and he said, "Well, the business is okay. The business is running fine. I like turning up there."
I say I asked someone to come and look at putting some iron railings at my house on the wall, and I couldn't believe how old he was. It was remarkable that he was still working. I felt it was quite unstable as he was sort of measuring up. Well, you forgot your tape measure. I thought you come up to measure for railings, you forgot your tape measure. So I had to give him a tape measure, and I'm holding one end, he's holding the other, and I'm helping. And I'm thinking, why are these people still working?
They just seem to love what they do.
Yeah, because it's a way of occupying. I guess we'd all like to keep occupied. Yeah.
I think the shared learning for this is you've outlined it. Make sure that if you're getting into a business as contract driven, that you've got at least 5 contracts, and that there's other things that you mentioned. Yeah. So that's one learning for us. And I think the other one is that you will sometimes have debates with sellers like we did in the accounting issue. We're not accountants, don't know anything, but we were absolutely convinced that we were right on this retained earnings. So the learning lesson here...
We checked up enough.
Yeah, is don't let the seller think that they actually know more than you do, because they actually don't. If you've got the knowledge and you've got it from professional sources, they do not know. So even his accountant got it wrong. So just be aware of that.
The other learning was the more you have these conversations, the more you're imparting your knowledge to them, and you're giving them ideas. And if they're not that motivated because they're not ill or really want to retire, then they can take it on board and say, well, I can do this myself now. So that's learning.
Give them ideas. I mean, what sort of thing do you mean?
When they talk about, well, what are you going to do with the business and that sort of thing, just my learning, because I'm a creative person, I'm very good at sort of strategic direction. It's keep your mouth shut. Basically.
So what are you going to do with the business? They say, well, I'm not going to do anything. I'm an investor, and the business will just carry on as it is now. Mm. Because if you want to share sort of big ideas, there is this sort of, because the seller does not want you to be more successful than they were. They do not want you to be more successful. Mm. Otherwise,
even though they say, there's a lot of potential in the business, you're right. They don't actually want you to do that potential.
Oh, no.
What we said to this guy was, when he said, what are you going to do to it? We said, well, it's making money, isn't it? Well, yeah. Well, we'll just keep making the money you're making. We're happy with that, even though we weren't, obviously. But that was our response.
Yeah. But I didn't shut up enough.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Lesson learned.
No, that's okay. That's what we're here for.
So when I talked to the 50 million turnover business, they had only 10 customers, no contracts. And it was, so if you say they want to see 5%, if a customer has more than 5% in the business of the turnover or whatever, so you see this groundwork company is so risky. Even they make loads of money. There was no profit in the business.
Yeah, but I think we've established that, haven't we?
Yeah, no, but one more thing. So we talk to them and say,
you're the laundromat king, remember? So
yeah. But this is to help.
Don't worry about the one that didn't happen.
No, but this is to help, because the interesting thing is we made the sellers aware that there is no profit in their business and that we can't service the
If I work with you next year, I'm going to strap you down.
Yes.
And I'm going to force you to buy that laundromat.
I'll only come back when I bought one. I will buy one. I like it.
Thank you.
We were that close.
You were that close to having the pen hovering over the...
We did. We absolutely
How frustrating.
Yeah, but thank you for having us share that. Thanks.
No, pleasure. Let's give this guy some applause. Well done. Okay. one more before we take a break.
All right, hi everyone. I have been slow to start, so just to let you know that I've had some family issues, so I couldn't start. So finally did. Send letters out. I sent 1,000 letters out. I got 3 replies.
Okay. Can I just say that the number of replies is almost irrelevant.
Okay.
Because if you're looking to buy a business, whether it's 1,000 letters or 500 letters or 1,200 letters, 1,800 letters, it doesn't really matter in the scheme of things, because we're just looking for the first one.
Well, one person arranged a call and didn't pick up the phone. And I sent, I think it's a her, I sent her email as well. No response to the email, so that's just, it is what it is. So 2 I have. I'll talk about both of them. The first one, he seemed more interested on the email, but when I spoke to him, he said, well, my partner's, partner's in retirement age, by the way. He wants to stay on. The law firm's doing, it's both are partnerships, by the way. This one is doing 2 million turnover, but 10% profit. That's on top of his head. There's liabilities on there, I think got in there, around about 550 in terms of liability, no cash in the bank. They have overdraft, and that's what they're using all the time. What he wants is his partner who's on retirement age, he doesn't know how much he wants to go out, but he thinks that's what he wants. So this is why he was very sketchy in terms of what he was giving to me on the phone.
Yeah. Sounds like a cracking opportunity. This one. Yeah, carry on.
And himself was like, I want to stay on. You know, I've got another 10 years to go, so I'd rather stay on. And I'm like, what? Why exactly are you talking to me then? And he said, well, I'm thinking if an investor comes in, we can grow. There's potential to grow.
So basically, we can't get any more money from the bank. We want your money instead.
I think that's the impression I got. Okay. So I thought, okay, not very keen on that one. The second one seems a bit more promising, but only a little bit. So this is a lady I spoke to. It's 2 partners, again, a partnership. Her husband works too, but he's not a partner in the law firm. And they've got liability of 440k. Okay. They have 50k in the bank. That's what they use. They don't have any overdraft at all. And but what she wants, okay, they have just under 1 million turnover. 20% profit, so around about 200,000 profit. But what she wants for the business is
200,000 profit, but 50,000 in the bank and 440,000 in liability.
Liability, okay. Yeah. Right. But what she wants is anybody who comes in to take over the liability of 440.
Of course.
And
Don't we all?
And for both partners to be paid 50k on when we buy, and also for them to stay on.
So they want everything, don't they?
And she wants to stay on, and she wants them to have at least 70k as a pay package.
Yes.
For her partner, and I'm assuming, you know.
It sounds amazing. So what is the question?
The question is, first of all, I couldn't see the first one. I mean, he's just so sketchy. Until I see, I've signed NDAs both, so that's done, and sent it over to them. So I'm waiting for the accounts. The first one doesn't look appealing to me at all. It just sounds so odd and it's a bit sketchy. Like partner goes off, I stay on, whatever. Yeah. Second one, I think she's asking for too much. I've said this to her as well. It's too expensive.
Okay. All right. Let's take a vote. It's deal or no deal. All right. So first one.
Maybe the last one.
First one. Show of hands for deal. Oh my goodness. No deal. Hey. Right. Okay. Second one. If you can recall the details of that one. Hands up for deal.
No deal.
Oh, a few. And no deal.
Okay. Just to let you know, the second one, she did tell me that they had somebody interested, but then pulled out because they didn't want to take over the liabilities.
Yeah. So the only reason you're telling us about these two,
because I have no other responses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because if you were speaking to more people, that I've spoken to hundreds of sellers. If I cannot, those memory files are deleted the moment I put the phone down. I do not remember them. I don't ever talk to them about it to anyone else. I don't even mention it. I might have said to Linda, I said I had a few crazy ones today.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and that's as far as it goes, because it's not worth the energy and effort even discussing it with someone else.
So here's my question.
Yes.
I said 1,000 replies, and those are the 3 replies I got back. And they were, well, one was absolutely non-responsive, and 2 are awful.
Okay,
so
what does that tell you?
So
Can I tell you what it tells me? No, you tell me first, and then I'll tell you.
Well, do I send them again? Do I need to get...
But what does it tell you?
There isn't much demand.
What it tells me is, that particular day, that letter arrived, out of those 1,000 people, only 3 of them, or was it 2 or 3? 2. 3, who didn't own particularly good businesses, thought, I want to get out.
Right.
That's all that happened. Okay. Now you could go back and keep on mailing them. These are law firms. Are you sending it on some sort of letterhead or a plain sheet of paper?
It's basically you're following your strategy.
Yeah, but is it on a letterhead or is it on a plain?
Plain.
Okay. Professional services, receiving a piece of photocopier paper. I'm not sure if that really has the right. If you think about it, is that a professional communicate? I mean, I think that works. I mean, with laundromats, yeah, you could write it on the back of an old till receipt and put it in an envelope, and you get people phone you because it's a less sophisticated market. I mean, I'm not being derogatory about the owners of laundromat, but it's less sophisticated.
Yeah, I mean, I did think of that.
Whereas a professional services, legal services, I think it's about matching your message to your market.
Okay.
And saying, is this, all right, let's open up quickly to a couple of points, and then we'll take a break.
I will resend the email with the
email. What email?
Sorry, the letters.
Emails.
Well, with the header letter.
Okay.
And see how it goes. And
would that be from a company?
You know what he's been doing, don't you? He's been sending emails. I can tell.
I was just sending emails.
But would that be from my company, or would it be a company that I've set up specifically for this? So do I set up a company already, or do I? Because I do have my own company, but that's a coaching company. It's got nothing to do with law firms.
No, it's not relevant, is it? It's not relevant. It's about matching the expectations of your recipient.
Yeah.
So what did you say?
Well, I said I will send the letters again, but in a professional manner with the letter.
Oh right, yeah, of course, yeah. Okay. So I mean, it's not easy. It's not difficult. So not difficult. Just go on Fiverr. You go on Fiverr, and by the time you leave today, you'll have a letterhead that looks half decent. Seriously, you will, and it will cost you $8, and you'll have it by the end of today.
Oh, no, that's not a problem. Fiverr, I'm familiar with. I'm just wondering, do I send it? So letterhead has to be addressed from a company. It needs to be.
It doesn't have to be a company. I'm just talking about a letterhead.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't have to be a limited entity. That's not really the issue here. The issue is professionalism around the presentation of our approach.
Okay.
It's a little bit like if you turned up to their office in jeans and in a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Is that quite right? No, it isn't.
Yeah.
Go dressed like you are, and it's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I'm not a jeans person anyway.
Sorry,
okay.
can I add something else?
Yeah.
I would use a more sophisticated type of paper and envelope to make it more attractive. For example, as a property developer, sometimes when you submit a planning permission, you get approached by lots of, builders and investors and agents and stuff, and you see the quality of the level they approach you is very different.
Well, you interpret them as the professionalism. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. I think plain paper is absolutely fine for an owner manager of an SME, but as soon as you get into to a law firm, I mean, I just think a different approach is required.
Okay. Okay, so fair enough. That's a valid point. So
Yeah.
I can resend the 1,000 letters again.
Any other quick points? Yeah.
As a quick question, the liabilities, are they the run-off insurance? Is that the liability? Or what are the liabilities?
They've taken loans out. So the insurance, the
Okay.
indemnity insurance is separate. I know that. They're always going to have that. That's something that you can't get rid of.
Yeah.
So that's not, I don't even class that as liability. That's
No,
just
I
an
was-
ongoing,
cost.
thing,
So they
expense.
borrowed money.
So this is borrowed money from Funding Circle and from
Okay.
other places.
And why did they borrow the money?
Oh, I don't.
Because they didn't have the money.
Okay.
They borrowed the money because they didn't have the money. It was
Oh.
it was plugging a hole in cash flow. That was the problem. So basically, it's a problem. Can we just forget those two?
Yeah.
We're never going to mention them ever again.
Okay.
Because they're just not worth
Right. They're not worth the
time
hassle.
and the effort.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. You want good, solid, profitable businesses that once you own them, that good, solid profit is yours.
Yeah.
And they're loss making, despite what they say. About
Yeah.
making 200,000, they're not making 200,000.
So
Sorry, I thought I
thanks
answered.
to Ian when he was saying, hey, something occurred to me. So I may not. I mean, while I'm looking for the needle in the haystack for law firms, rather than sitting there waiting and scratching my head and saying this isn't working for me, why not go for another industry that I have an interest in? So that I thought. No, actually, laundry is not no, it's on my
We
list
have
actually.
the king and the queen of laundromats.
No, I did actually. Laundry was on my option as well, but it's not what I was thinking of. Thinking of something which is completely outside of it. I have an interest in. That's the beauty salons. I've never been in the beauty industry, but
So Stuart, you're not here, are you? Stuart is in a circle. Okay, so sorry yesterday. He's got, how many has he got? Six? No, Stuart with hair and beauty.
But I think he said the hairdressing was more profitable unless you go into needles. Isn't that right?
Yeah, so he's venturing into Botox, isn't he? Yeah. So
yeah, but that's what I would consider as well, because I know that's on the
so
rise.
why not? Does it
Yeah.
make money? Is it a business that you understand?
I could understand. It's not difficult. I'm sure.
There you go.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's not rocket science at the end of the day. So yeah. That's one that. But it appeals to me. I like beauty. I like that kind of hairdressing and all of that. So that makes
Great.
sense.
Just pass the mic to Gillian.
It's about financing something like that because it's going to be quite small. How are you going to appeal to the finance brokers, the institutions? That's something that I've been considering for a while.
I'm not entirely sure how Stuart does it. Can you remember, Roger? Is it? I don't know, but whatever he's doing is working nicely. He's got another 3 in January, I think he said. So
is he in the LinkedIn group? Is that something that I could
Stuart
post?
Reid, isn't it? Have I got the right Stuart? Yeah, look up Stuart Reid.
We can have a discussion about it.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's why I moved to fencing. I mean, and that's one of the things is I'm not enthusiastic about fencing. I have a daughter who understands it.
And you've got a fence at the end of your garden. Yeah, so I think you're suitably qualified.
Yeah, but when you go into fencing, there's so many different varieties and such like. It's quite scary actually, the difference. But I mean, my heart's more in what I started out with, which was the podiatry businesses. Yeah. But it was the financing that moved me away from that.
Look at John Corney.
But he used his own money.
Yeah, to get it up and running. He's now at 2.5 million in revenue, and it's now profitable.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're right. He'd sold a business, so he was liquid.
Yeah, I had a long conversation with him. Anyway, that's my question. Really, is it's great to go for these smaller businesses, but in this environment, getting the finance could be the challenge.
Well, it depends what you're financing.
But most of them don't have assets.
No, you're right.
Or debtor books.
So you go a little bit bigger. Maybe they own a property, and the property is the asset in the business. The business itself would not be an asset-rich business, but they own the premises, and that is your leverage to buy the whole lot. Sometimes you buy the property, you get the business free, effectively.
Okay. That would work for us.
Say again? Or you do it completely deferred. And you tell them, look, I'd love to buy your business. Let me tell you the problems with it. It's small. It doesn't have any assets. I can't borrow money to buy your business. How am I going to pay you? Let's put our heads together and see if we can come up with a solution. Let me have a think about this. Well, I suppose I've got an idea. I suppose what we could do, we could pay you over the next few years, which means you get the money that you're looking for, but you can't go and buy the Ferrari tomorrow, okay? But you get the money over the next few years, and we'll pay you 50% of the profit over the next 3 years, which means that you get money dropping into your bank account every quarter, every 6 months, without having to do anything. You can lay on the beach, look at your online banking. Oh, another payment arrived from Gillian. How does that sound? Do you think we could do something like that? You have that conversation with 20 people, and you'll get 2 or 3 of them saying, let's do it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. A round of applause for this lady here. Thank you. And coffee's over there. I was given an idea during the break, or the seed of an idea, and we're going to have about 25 people in this group. And I think it would be a lot of fun if all 25 went and bought a laundromat, okay? And we put them in SPVs. We have a holding company, and everyone in the group who wants to participate, maybe not everyone will have a share, an equal share in that holding company. Say again? You're up for that, yeah. And we'll do it together, because let's say it won't be all 25, but let's say all 25 of us think it's a great idea. Then we're going to be sharing best practice, the hot buttons with that particular sector. Already just talking to people in the break, I've discovered there's potentially some eco grants that are available that quite possibly owners would not have thought of, that we can then spread across the group. Maybe there'll be some property to acquire as well. We'll have that in a separate company as well. And we'll put together this group, and then we'll sell it. And we'll all benefit from the sale. And I'll buy one as well. And as a group, part of our 8 meetings next year will be talking about our collective group of businesses. And the idea is that we'll have the management team in place. We'll raise additional finance if we need it in order to grow the group faster. And we'll do all these things collectively, so everyone can learn from the experience. But we'll create that model, that sort of perfect model of acquisitive growth and then exit. How does that sound? Sounds like it could be fun. Yeah. This is obviously for people who want to do that with us next year. Say again? Ian's missed the most important part, right? Hang on. The king of laundromats isn't in the room when we're talking about. There's something. That always happens, right? Always happens. Yeah, it always happens. So as a separate exercise to that, which everyone can benefit from today, let's really get under the skin of a dry cleaning / laundromat, often they're connected, business, okay? Because let's see if collectively, in less than 60 minutes, we can understand exactly how that business works, who the acquirers would be, the trade associations, everything about that business, research into a market, what the margins are, what the risks are, what the upsides are, what the potential is, so that you exercise your brain thinking about a sector that I bet none of you have thought about before. You will be working on your tables or in your groups. You will need the internet. So get on the Wi-Fi, and you will need to start taking notes. And I'm going to give you about, let's split it half and half. 30 minutes on research, okay? And then we'll do 30 minutes of compiling it, and we'll show you how fast you can learn a sector in 60 minutes. Yes? Up for the challenge, Tim?
Are we looking at things like ancillary businesses as well? So sort of professional laundry for hotels, that sort of thing? Or
That's a good question, isn't it? Why not? Yeah, why not? So those complementary. So we don't want to go too far, but those sort of complementary businesses that seriously link together. Now, people watching at home, you can do this at home. So you can go straight on the internet now, and you can start researching this sector. Everyone clear on what they need to do? Everyone got their groups? Fantastic. All right, 30 minutes. So does anyone have numbers on how many laundromats, dry cleaners there are in the UK? All right, Steve, what have you got?
I found in the bracket from
Yep.
50k to 500, we've got 4,230.
Right, so I'll repeat everything back just for the benefit of everything else and just for clarity. So you've got 4,000. Is that UK-wide or is that England or? UK. So that's UK, over 4,000, but you've got a turnover bracket there. No, remember, we always have to be very suspicious of turnover brackets when it comes to data because it's just extrapolated by an algorithm, so it doesn't necessarily have any validity. It might have, it might not, but we're not. Okay, what about other categories? Do you have? Oh, that's the, okay. So, right, so we've got 4,000 plus. Thank you, Steve. That's great research. Who else has got numbers? Yes, Christina.
So I went on to Company's House and
Yep.
found search.
You did a search in Company's House.
And sick code.
For the sick code.
For the laundry.
Oh, yes.
Limited companies, there are 4,300 active.
So there are 4,300 companies and Company's House in the UK that are active companies with the laundry sick code. Can you believe they actually have their own sick code? Yeah. How cheeky is that? Their own sick code, all right? Cheeky laundrette owners. They've got their own sick code, and there's 4,000 and...
4,300.
Which kind of ties in with your number of 4,000. Okay, who's got a different number? Because there isn't going to be one source that's going to be accurate.
We had a figure of 5,300.
5,300. You've got that.
Yeah, and an industry value for the industry per year is 2 billion.
In the UK?
In the UK. And so what we did was we divided the 2 bill by the 5,300.
Yeah.
So as an average turnover, it would be about 380k.
Okay.
As
So,
an average.
so these are... And because it's an average, there'll be some that are just, not just getting, opening the doors and no one comes in.
94 for sale on one website.
Oh.
Most of them are around 100k or less.
Right. So it's the owners of the little ones.
They'll be the automated, coin-operated, open.
Because with those, I'm starting to think there could be sort of some asset value in there, or even there could be a property. That's the business, but they also own the property. We don't yet know. But you got about 5,300. I wonder where that variation comes from.
It also says here that there's a significant portion doing over $1 million. So there's no numbers to it, but it states about within that 5,000.
Oh, really? So there are some larger businesses as well. Oh, that's interesting. So did you say the value of the sector was 20 billion? 2 billion. 2 billion. All right. See, we're starting to feel like a business plan. That's like the opening of a business plan, isn't it? Where we get an idea of what the sector is worth. And that is definitely UK figures. Okay.
On turnover between 100 to 250k on another website.
So on another website it said the typical turnover of a laundromat is 100 to 150k. 250k. 250k. Okay. So are we saying then for round numbers 5k? Yeah. So 5k. We're not. So we now know what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with 25,000 of them or 200 of them. We've got 5k. And we can do a 5k mailing in January to all of those laundromats really, really easily, can't we? That's not a big deal to do. We can write up the letter. We can email it over to the mailing house. We call it Laundromat Acquisitions Limited, and we'll do our lead generation for our deal flow that way. So has anyone got any numbers around profit margins?
20 to 35.
15? Oh, 20 to 35?
Yeah.
20 to 35? Is that
Yeah.
wow, that's actually quite good.
But that's what the website was talking about US.
The website was talking about US.
US business.
Oh, right. Okay, we need to make sure we're looking at sort of UK relevant business.
We could ask our friends at the, what is it, the National Association
So we
for
can, So we could go to the National Association of the Laundrette Industry. We could give them a call, and we could say, look, I'm interested in getting into this sector. I don't know very much about it. Can you tell me all the resources I need to read? And also, at the same time, what can I expect a laundrette to be? What are the factors that influence the revenue? But 20 to 35%.
Just on that, so for hotels and hospitals, it's 40 to 45%.
For hotels and hospitals.
So doing it, yeah. So when they outsource it.
Oh, really? 40 to
45, yeah.
45% for more commercial.
Yeah.
I do remember my local dry cleaner saying that these days, with people not going to the office so much, suits are no longer the mainstay of his business. He makes more money on doing curtains and rugs and things like that. But okay, so we've actually got some decent profit margins. So if we've got £1 million of revenue, that would make somewhere between 20 and 35, possibly pushing it up if we've got a blend of commercial in there as well. So margin-wise, that's actually quite good, isn't it? Where some sectors it's single-digit percentages. Okay, so what other pertinent information has come from your research? Tim?
There's a worshipful...
Actually, you've got a microphone on your table, so you might as well make the most.
There is a worshipful company of launderers, and they do education and scholarships and organise visits for you, so you can actually go and see sort of laundrettes in operation and learn from them. They actually organise it.
I'll be asking for volunteers next year for people who want to go on a laundry tour. Okay, but that's interesting to see behind the scenes, to ask the questions, because the more you know, the better quality decisions you can make. So we've got two associations already.
Suppliers of equipment for laundrettes all seem to have loads of information on their websites, ideas on how to run laundrettes and what additional services to offer as well. So they're not just selling the product, they're telling you actually how to run your business.
Because I suppose if you run your business better and get more customers, they'll sell more product. Yeah. That is their thinking. Okay, so supplies, consumables, what do we know about those? How much does it cost to run a business like this? Anyone got any information on those consumables? Those. Gillian? Oh, actually, because this could be detailed, I'll let you do the talking on this.
So utilities are one of the bigger ones. That's 2,000 to 4,000. Rent 3 to 5. Maintenance up to 500 a month. Payroll, depending on the size, 2 to 5k. Marketing, if you want to do that, and then miscellaneous, 100 to 1,000.
So are these our major cost groups then?
Yes, they're the major cost groups.
Anyone got any different to that, or does that ring true with your research? So these are our categories of costs.
There is another category, and that
yes.
is there is actually a shift in the laundry market, and that's to Uber. Because Uber is now convenient, so there's a shift towards laundry boys collecting, so they're getting the Uber boys to collect laundry and deliver laundry. So there's actually a logistics cost category as well.
Wow, that's new to me actually. I'm a frequent Uber user, and I didn't know that they would actually.
Uber Eats or Uber Wash.
Uber Wash.
They got a specific app.
Okay, so it's like a delivery service. Okay. Well, that could be a potential part of the future potential, couldn't it? Someone had their hand up here. Yes.
One of the other costs are the actual leasing the machine. So one website says to start a new business, for example, if you go buying the machines from Electrolux or some brand like that, it will cost roughly around 20k.
Oh,
or
yes.
you could lease them over 5 years.
What is that per machine, or is that?
That's not per machine. That was for 7 machines apparently, or something like that.
So is it a general rule then in this sector that you buy the equipment or you lease it?
So yeah, so you need to big machine to wash and three dryers and 5 other machines. I don't have the details, but it says 19.5K normally to start a business if you want to buy.
And this is UK.
Yes.
Right.
And the alternative is you lease them £500 a month for 5 years.
And that presumably will come with a maintenance contract. Because what we don't want is equipment breaking down and not being able to get someone out to repair it. You want like a sort of on-call service, don't you? Because if that equipment isn't working, you can't make money from it.
So you pay the money over the years, so £500 a month, and the maintenance is covered. You don't have to put all the money up front or finance.
So there's no capital expenditure.
Yeah. So it depends which business you're going to buy. They might already bought the machines already. So they've got the assets which are depreciated, or you might just, or you go buy the business that are already leasing them.
Yes, you just take over the leasing.
Yeah.
The
but you need to remember,
contract.
if these equipments are too old, then that means you probably end up replacing them or cost massively for maintenance.
So actually, assessing either the value of the assets when they need to be replaced. The type of leasing agreement they're on. And I suppose if we were thinking ahead, we'd be saying, could we do a deal with, is Electrolux one of the suppliers? It sounds like they might be. With Electrolux, where they supply all the equipment, do all the maintenance. We have one contract that takes care of everything.
Right, so I've looked at, I think we should all go to this. It's called Kleenex. It's the only UK trade show for people who are laundrette
when
owners.
is that? What time of year?
Dates to be announced, I think it says. But it's an event that provides the opportunity to compare everything from washing powders to washing machines, from dry cleaning chemicals to the newest innovation in machinery, with opportunity to see first-hand types of machinery in action.
Okay.
Launched in 2012.
I mean, imagine if you went to an event like that and said, I'm part of a consortium and we're going to be buying 25 laundromats during the next 12 months. What sort of deal could you do for us? I feel like people would be falling over themselves to get that type of contract. Yeah, great. So we've got trade associations, we've got an event. Kleenex. Like that. Yeah. Oh, EX. Okay, but yeah, I think it should just be X. But yeah, that's better. Yeah, who's got the mic? Yes, Phil.
I think we should make Ian the group managing director.
I don't want a job, so...
But Ian, we're doing all of this for you. We've got to have a division of effort that everyone benefits from.
Just something I noticed when I lived in London, the laundromat at the end of my road was right next door to a very large council estate, and they're the people that don't have the washing machines.
Right.
Because I could tell from the people in there.
I mean, I send all my shirts out to be ironed.
Sheets as well, domestic sheets.
It's a pain, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
A couple of items. Just a correction about the cost. So it says 5 standard and 2 large washing machine plus 7 dryers is 19.5K.
To buy.
Just to clarify.
Okay.
And about the market stabilizing situation. Somewhere says due to the economic situation, the price of washing machines and dryers is dropping.
Is it?
That's they say. So,
that's interesting.
So
anyone else get something like that?
That could potentially mean more people buy their own washing machine and the demand for this market reduces.
Oh, I see. So, generally washing machines are dropping in price. Yeah.
So people can afford to buy them and have them at home.
Yeah.
But the other factor is the cost of the energy and all of that, especially with dryers. That's another problem. And some other thing is the demand for this laundromat is increasing during the winter because people want to dry their clothes because they don't have a space on the smaller space in the
drying clothes in a flat in the winter is not.
It's not good,
pleasant,
and it takes longer because the weather is wet, so they will need that.
Okay, yeah, good insights. Thank you.
Just 2 separate things. The consumer market, of course, it is people who don't have their own laundry machines, such as students or people who possibly live in council estates. But I would imagine the bigger market is people who have more money than time and it's all about convenience. Jonathan doesn't want to stand in the house and iron his own shirt, so he gives them out to someone else. Similarly, giving out your washing to someone else, especially if it can be collected from your home and delivered back. Second thing is on the purchase of equipment. The equipment suppliers' websites are just full of information. So I've come across one here where it says you can lease to buy schemes, 100% tax efficient. Our lease plan is in unsecured form of borrowing, and the only security required is the actual equipment. So they're giving you the equipment.
Yeah, that's a great insight. So if we consider that the asset required to make this business work is substantial, but they don't require, well, it sounds like they don't require any sort of PGs on that. That sort of gets us all off the hook on that one, doesn't it? We don't have to have that argument with anyone. And the assets themselves are their own. In fact, in some of the nurseries, had leased machines, and I remember that to be the case with those.
Yeah, and if you can lease new machines, they're going to be a lot more energy and water efficient than possibly 5-year-old machines.
Did anyone find out whether new machines take cards these days? Because I still have my head sort of coin operated. Do they take cards? So the ideal scenario that we would want to work up to is that we have complete visibility over the finances. So any of the owners of this group can just go onto a dashboard and you can see the money arriving. Someone just tapped their card in Swansea. Someone just tapped their card in Brixton. So, and you start to see the money coming through and the cash flow coming through. Because I'm telling you, we would have absolutely impeccable finances on this. We'd have such clear visibility. We'd have a group CFO, maybe on a part-time basis to start off with, until we've got the funding in place to put in a proper management team. Because none of us want to be going out and sort of trying to figure out switching it off and switching it on again to see if it works. None of us want to get that involved, and we don't want to manage staff. So we'd have to have sort of a head of people who could just take care of all of the staff things, do the rotas, make sure people turn up, do the disciplinaries, all the things that are just a natural part of this. We're going to pass the mic back over there in a minute, but it's over this side of the room.
I've got a few machines already on lease. So I've got sort of B&B small hotel and a few sort of SA units. When I was doing all tourists, I took it in-house. There's no security on any of the machines. There's no issues getting leases. It's really straightforward.
Okay.
I'm paying £100 per machine. You can have the card readers fitted if you want.
Okay.
But because we're now sort of doing everything in-house, we're just sort of using the machines for our own cleaners. So you can have a coin machines, you can have a card machine.
So in terms of the actual equipment needed in a business like this, I think we've got that figured out, haven't we? That doesn't seem to be. Question for thank you very much for that. Sorry, you got an extra point.
Yeah, there's another point. The ironing machines, they're 50 to £60 a month for the iron.
Really?
Yeah, the roller irons. But there's big opportunities, I would say, for a lot of the laundrettes to pick up the surplus from all the hotels, because a lot of certainly SA aren't run very well with you. I know a lot of different SA owners where they try and do their own washing,
do it themselves,
and it goes wrong.
And don't forget, our margin on the commercial is higher than just
But even
Joe
your
Smith
hotels
going in
who
with
have got their own laundry service, have only usually got one machine, two machines.
Yeah.
If they're full, that's not enough.
Yeah.
So they always fall down and end up going off to the laundry service anyway. So it could be marketed and pick up all that extra commercial.
So I would imagine that retiring owners have quite lackluster marketing, and they don't want to be too busy because they've settled down into a level of performance that allows them to just get by without having to do very much. But actually going out and pitching to the local hotels. So, if we could find one sort of smart, salesy type, customer service orientated person and get them out there talking to all the hotels and moving around on each acquisition, to going out and saying we're relaunching it, we're having a commercial, and this is our opening offer, and there's a special deal to get you to try us out for the first month.
Yeah.
That's great.
The only thing to bear in mind with the hotels is most of them don't actually own their own linen, so you've got that cost of purchasing all the linen. And again, if you go cheap with that, the machine it falls apart with the machines on commercial. So you need to spend a bit.
But that's not our problem, though, is it?
Well, yeah, because you're spending out on that. If you're going to go into that commercial area.
Oh, so you're saying provide the linen as well?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
They rent it.
They do. Yes, I didn't know of that. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. All right. Thank you for that. So I think in terms of equipment, we're okay in equipment. Anyone know? I'm bringing the mic over to this table because our managing director would like to speak in a moment. Does anyone know whether the typical laundrette owner / dry cleaners in the... So when we're given those numbers, is that laundrettes or dry cleaners? Or both? Laundrettes. That was laundrettes. We didn't look at dry cleaners at all.
I think some of them included.
Yeah, some have a hybrid.
I think when they're the low numbers, I think they're the automated, you just go in there
Yeah.
and ship those. And then as the turnover gets higher...
As the turnover gets bigger, they offer more services and probably do more commercial as well. Okay, does anyone know whether the typical laundrette owner owns their property? Do we know anything about that? Do you think it's typically leased? I mean, to be fair, you have 20 conversations, and by the end of 20 conversations, you'd have a pretty good sense of what's going on. So I'm just wondering if there's a property angle in there that we could build into it. You see? Okay.
Looking on Dalton's weekly, they had 36. Most of those were leased.
Were leased. Okay, but just because they're leased doesn't mean that the freeholder wouldn't sell, because you're going to be talking to the landlord potentially with a renegotiation of the lease, and a renegotiation of the lease could have a conversation attached to around, have you considered selling? I think that's a nice option to have.
I would like to bring some insights regarding this. I strongly believe that there are sub-niche or niche of this business.
Okay.
One is the laundrette, and the other are for the commercial one. As customer, I had services from bigger players, and they were quite expensive. I tried to find services from the smaller one.
Yes.
And onto the summer period, they failed to deliver.
So who did?
The smaller one. So the laundrette service is when you go and do your stuff with coins or...
Yes.
But as a commercial side, there are out there are bigger players.
Yes.
And I was customer to them.
Okay.
But I tried to find one more cost effective.
Okay.
And I found one, the local one, for the SA business. And and they failed to deliver over the busy period onto the summer.
Okay.
Yeah, I spent around £500 per month with this service.
Oh, right.
And
so you're saying you're a customer of that type of business?
Yes, okay. And they rent the linen as our mate said, and I decided to buy linen and to work with a local one. And the local one doesn't have the shop onto the high street, onto the busy street, whatever. They have warehouses.
Yes. So hubs.
Yeah.
Which is coming back to what we were saying about the dry cleaners.
Yeah.
They send it off. They don't have all the equipment on site, so they have smaller units.
Different business.
That are drop-off,
totally
pick-up.
Different business.
Yeah. Interesting.
But if we had loads in an area, then there's no reason why we could.
If you've got a concentration. So actually the geography can start to help you become more cost effective, because we want to get the highest margins possible. So I think the decision would be, what do we need to do to get the highest margins possible? Because then, if we can run a high margin business, it's not about chasing more sales all the time, because the sales that we've got are making the money that we need. Does anyone, I just want to move on from, thank you, I just want to move on from that subject for a moment. Does anyone know anything about who's acquiring in this sector? Are there any buyers? Gillian, you do. So let's pass the mic over to, sorry, Richard.
Can I add one insight just before I pass the mic? So we looked at the cost structure, and what we found is that utilities is 35% of the cost structure. And nowadays the energy prices are going to the roof, so I think this is a very important point to address.
Yeah, it's an important point. I agree with you. So why is it important? Because we can see downside, we can see upside. The downside, obviously, is the cost. Okay. The upside is what?
People come selling.
More people stressed.
Yeah, I was thinking in one direction is people at home have the same problems, right? So if we can do this more energy efficient, then people start coming to these shops to save.
So part of your advertising
costs.
could be, is actually cheaper to bring your washing here than do it at home.
Exactly.
And more convenient. You drop it off in the morning, you pick it up in the evening. We'll iron everything for you, and so those people who are busy. So it's a time solution, and it potentially is a cost solution. And someone said, I think someone said, because I remember talking about this maybe last month, was that you can build in that higher energy cost into the negotiation to get a lower consideration. So you could actually that's part of your negotiating around the price. I need to move over to this table. Thank you very much, Richard. That's it. And I should explain, Richard is visiting from the Netherlands and has been on the programme virtually. He was here for the dinner last night, and I said, look, if you can make the effort to come over from another country to be at the dinner last night, you're very welcome to come as a guest today. So welcome. You know Richard from the Zooms.
So I didn't find this on the internet, but we have somebody who sold a whole load of laundrettes to Johnson's.
Oh yes. Yes.
So they sold their group to Johnson's. So the likely buyers are the bigger groups. So.
Okay, brilliant. Okay. So who are the bigger groups? Did anyone find out who the big players are? Let's just call out some. Johnson's.
Oh, I've just got a couple of other things. There's some permits that laundrette would need. Also, the average person spend at the coin type is £10 a visit.
Okay.
You need about 6 months cash flow reserves for the expenses to cover upgrades and repairs. And there's quite a few due diligence checklists for laundrettes on the
already
website.
Available. Oh, that's amazing. I mean, if your average spend is £10, the question is, how do we get our average spend up? You know, do we put in a drinks machine and a coffee machine? You know, do we? I mean, I know selling the detergent has always been part of the laundrette model, but how do we? You know, can we nudge the price up just a little tiny bit? That individually wouldn't make much difference, but at a group level would make a difference. So who are our big players in this sector? We've got Johnson's. Boswell.
In Ayrshire, Fullerton Computer Industries had loads of factories at one point. And see all the overalls and stuff like that?
Oh, yes.
Initial used to come round and collect them, take them away to their place, wash them, and then redistribute them.
Yeah.
So they are a big player still.
Yes, okay. It was initial rent-a-kill, wasn't it, at one point? Yeah, the rat catchers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I've got a client from Mastermind in 2019 who's been offered 15 million for his rat catching business, and he asked me whether he should take it. I said yes. I think you should. I think you should. There's a lot of money for some mouse traps. It's a bit more sophisticated than that, but you know what I mean. Okay, so what do we know about big players? What are they?
I was just there's a big player called Speed Queen.
Okay.
And they've got over 800 now.
Now, is that in the UK?
That's across the world. I think they're in 50 cities. but they're fully automated. So I think they're selling out a system.
Oh, right. So maybe, is it a franchise, possibly?
Potentially, yeah. So
Okay.
they're saying 800, and they've got...
So here's an idea. Let's say...
Yeah, 500 cities, 27 countries.
That definitely
in
sounds
5
like
years.
That's a franchise. It's got to be. It's got to be. So if there are people buying franchises, is there an extension of the model where if we can find a way of getting the maximum profitability and a marketing process that, here's your marketing kit. This is how you approach a hotel. This is how you this is how you approach consumers. This is the signage for the window. Could we put together effectively a franchise and then sell that franchise into, I think we should stay just in the UK really, but sell that around the UK again as an extension of what we're doing. I mean, it's an idea. It's a board level decision, but it's an idea. Steve.
Yeah, I've got one here. Martinising dry cleaning franchise arrived in the UK in 2018. Was started in the US in the 1940s.
Okay.
So they've moved over here since in the last 5 years. So that's probably one of the newest ones. Then.
Interesting. So the thing about franchises is that they, without any, there'll be a disclaimer, but they will also make some degree of earning potential claims, okay? Because you want to know, if I buy this franchise, is it a £20,000 a year income or a £100,000 a year income? So that will start to give us a guideline as well as to what is possible. Yes, could we just call out, and I'll repeat back for speed. So Liver Laundrettes say that they're the biggest operator of laundrettes in the country with 21. So where's this coming from then? Why? But don't forget that if you're looking at group accounts, that it's going to be skewed. It's not an individual P&L. They're in Liverpool, yeah. I think calling themselves the biggest might be a slight. 21 is rather small. They're the biggest in Liverpool. Yeah, they missed out the word Liverpool in that in that claim. Yeah, a typo. Yeah. Okay. Any other interesting information that is an extension of what we've been talking about before we go to lunch? Yes, Steve.
The other one we got was 40% is walk-in business and 60% is online business in 2022.
Online business?
Yeah. That's
How does that work then?
Well, I'm presuming like Johnson's or someone, you'd go on their website or their app and just
Well, I've got to say, listen to me saying, how does that work? When I do, so my ironing service is called IHateIroning.com, okay? And I saw it on the back of a van that I was following, and I remembered it, and I downloaded their app. So I say, shirts, press, they pick it up between 7 and 8 tomorrow morning, drop it back between 7 and 8 in the evening. I got my card stored, I just press that, and the same guy always comes round, picks it up, brings it back. So actually, that is online.
And I'm presuming that figure will just grow. 60% now, but more and more people go online, don't they? It'll just grow.
Yeah. Steve.
Thank you. I found a website that was the undisclosed costs of running a commercial laundry, or words to that effect.
Yeah.
So if you go to hotels, care homes and hospitals and you have contracts with them, the hidden costs are quite often the laundry comes in very soiled, and you have to have pre-cleaning equipment in there as well. So soil as in maybe poo or maybe...
Yeah, I know what it means. So you know something? That did not require further explanation.
No, I'm just trying to paint a picture in your mind for lunch.
No, I'm about to go to the lunch. I don't want the picture in my mind.
So you had to have this pre-cleaning equipment, something like that.
Yeah, no, that's... And on that note, so thank you very much, Steve. But look what we could do in just over an hour. Okay? Now imagine if we spent an entire day putting together a business plan and then going out, speaking to people, modifying the business plan after we've all come back and had 3 or 4 conversations each, and then starting to put it together. And you know, the idea is to do this textbook, okay? And collectively, with our collective brain power, we can absolutely make sure we've got each other's back and we don't do anything silly. We buy the right businesses in the right locations, do the right diligence, and all of those things. And then we go and recruit someone from Johnson's, or one of those other groups that are mentioned, to be the CEO, with the remit of we're going to build this business up and then exit. So do you see from our exercise before lunch that in 60 minutes we can really start to drill down into a sector and start to establish what makes it tick? And I think some of the key factors are knowing how many businesses are in that sector. If we know there's 4,000 to 5,000 before we sort of go out to the complementary sectors like the commercial laundrettes. And I'd imagine the commercial laundrettes are where we're going to get the far bigger numbers. I mean, there may well be an argument for saying the business plan is commercial laundrettes rather than consumer laundrettes. That might well be the case, because you're buying bigger businesses and you're going to get to scale a lot faster if a lot of them are smaller. The consumer ones are sort of far smaller numbers. But that sort of research didn't take very long. It just takes some time on Google. And collectively, we got a whole lot of information very, very quickly indeed. Does the idea of doing something collectively excite many people? Yeah. Oh, it does? Yeah. Oh, right, okay.
I'm worried.
Okay, that's a yes then, right?
I'm
yeah.
worried at the same time.
And what?
I'm worried.
A what?
I'm getting worried.
He's worried.
You're worried?
Yeah.
Why are you worried? Why are you worried?
Too many cooks.
Too many cooks? Well, no. So what we do, we vet the opportunities as a group, and we discover who's got the eye for this is an opportunity, because some people will have that. Some people will be more numbers people. Some people will be more opportunity driven. And what we do is we play to everyone's strengths, and we go out and we find the deals. We've got someone can be in control of the deal sourcing. Someone else is very good on the phone, so they're good at having those initial conversations. Someone's very good at analysing the accounts. So everyone plays to their strengths, and we start to put together a group, piece by piece, bit by bit. In fact, actually, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking the commercial laundrettes might well be a far better bet in terms of profitability and scale. And if you're doing if they're the $1 million plus businesses, you start to get some size quicker, especially if the margins are better as well. Good name you've chosen there, Rob.
I know.
Yeah.
That's great. Got to learn from the best.
So yeah, okay. So what I'll do, I'll pass some of these around later, but I'd like to find out who's in the group before we start next year. But I'll tell you I'll do that after the afternoon break. So some of you have met Rob before. Can I just see a show of hands who's met Rob before? Oh, lots of you. Fantastic. So Rob, former, for those of you who don't know Rob, former business broker for many years, but at the boutique end of the business brokerage, with that high success rate that only comes from being selective about your clients, as opposed to who's been mentioned this morning, Knightsbridge, KBS, which is never heard of those guys? Okay, which is a completely different business model. So I've asked Rob to come along today to talk about some of his, not just his business sales experience, but also some business buying experience, and also how to make your business exit ready so that you can get the most out of it. And I think we should continue the Dealmakers tradition of a warm welcome for our guests, especially warm as it's the second time back in 1 year, which means you did something right the first time round. Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Goddard.
A lot of people out in the industry think that Jonathan and I are opposite ends of the spectrum. We're actually not. And we connected up a couple of years ago or so and found actually we had more in common than we had where we disagreed. And you can't agree with everything that anyone says in life anyway. That's impossible. But there was so much where we overlapped. And we would both agree that the rules of the game are different when you're selling a business than when you're buying a business. And Jonathan and I got over that a couple of years ago. So what I want to do this afternoon with you, I haven't got a problem. This is a prize at the end. I've got a little competition for you all where the winning person can have a bottle of decent champagne. But what I want to do this afternoon, probably with some help from Paul as well over there, is give you the trade secrets on selling a business. But some of you may well have sold businesses before, so can I have hands up as to who's sold? Brilliant. So about half the room-ish. Wonderful. Your contribution this afternoon will be particularly valuable because you've experienced it. So this is mine. I've been selling businesses for a while, but I always like to start off by quoting something from Einstein. And it's about understanding the rules of the game. Because as I mentioned just now, selling a business and buying a business, a lot of the rules are completely opposite. If you want to buy a business with very little money down, or if you want to sell that business later on for the maximum amount and cash up front, two different sets of rules. So, the two things I want to achieve, as you can see there, I want to prepare anyone, whether they're selling a business in this country, another country, regardless of sector or size of business, 80% of the rules are the same. 80%. Because I've sold businesses in a variety of countries, not just the UK. So, 6 sessions, don't worry, we're not going to dwell on any. I'll take questions right at the end, otherwise we'll never get through it. I want to give content, but give opportunity right at the end. So if you've got a burning question or something from your own experience, jot it down, and I'll give you room at the end. So those are the first 2 sessions. You can see there's a chronological order. It's the beginning, how the process starts, the middle, the lovely in session 4, the negotiation period, which is where you can get bogged down when you're buying or selling, can't you? Getting through due diligence as a seller, and then session 6, which is wonderful, is what on earth are you going to do once you've sold your business? When I started work in 1982, I worked for NatWest. I was an office junior, and I joined banking so that I was good with numbers at college, so I wanted a job where you needed numbers. I really fancied having an oak-panelled office as a bank manager with a secretarial pool and being able to smoke cigars from my oak-panelled office. I thought, for me, in 1982, that was the perfect job. By the time I became a bank manager for NatWest, no oak-panelled offices at all. They'd all been ripped out. Couldn't smoke anywhere in an office. And secretaries, no, you did your own typing. So it changed by the time I became a bank manager. But on my first day in NatWest, my boss was called John Sykes. I can talk about him because he's passed away. But he gave me a lovely gem of advice when I started my first day in a proper job for NatWest. He said, Rob, you've got to understand, he's smoking a cigarette in his office. You've got to understand, one of the key rules of business is never to give anything away. Tread on the heads of other people as you climb that slippery pole of corporate life. Fantastic. Thanks, John. This is being recorded, isn't it? I'll have to watch my language. That was BS. It says much about the banking industry, I think, than anything else, or perhaps John. But I'm going to do the reverse this afternoon. I'm going to share with you the trade secrets, because I'm not treading on anyone's head, any greasy pole. I want to give the content out. And if you've been following me on LinkedIn, as I know some of you are, or have been, I'm giving away trade secrets bit by bit in videos, short 2-3 minute videos. And I've got a free training course out there on YouTube as well. So, it's about giving. So session 1, so this is the intro. We'll talk about magic numbers, talk about why I'm qualified, I would argue, to talk about selling a business to you this afternoon. I'm going to dispel some myths, key reasons why businesses don't sell, which would be good news to you if you're in buying mode, what the exit options are as well. So why on earth am I stood here? Why am I qualified to be able to speak on the topic of selling businesses? Well, I've sold a few in my last 20-odd years. I'm actually a multiple business owner anyway. I've bought one business and I've had 4 successful startups. And I bought my first business this year, having gone on JJ's 5-day fast-track course. I've been on the same course as many of you have probably gone on yourselves. Found it so helpful. In fact, I didn't go on the first one. I've been on it twice. Once I got Paul, I paid Paul to go on the course because I didn't think JJ had let me on it. The second time round I came clean with JJ once I got to know him. And I thought, can I go on it again? And he said, of course. Really, really helpful for me as someone who's sold businesses several hundred times over. Really valuable. I've done 5 investment fundraisers, 3 for myself and 2 for clients. 4 successful startups, as I mentioned. I've undertaken a number of management buyouts as well. What's that? Oh yeah, the acquisition. And I'll tell you, if I get invited back in 2023, JJ, I'll tell you about my acquisition. It's been a hell of a journey, hasn't it, Paul? And it hasn't finished yet. I was hoping to share it with you this afternoon, but it didn't happen. So what I have decided, and I quite like doing turnarounds and then selling that business. I don't want to keep businesses for a decade. I've done that. Actually, as I get older, time gets shorter, and I want to flip businesses a bit quicker than every 10 years. So, sorry to cross the screen for you. If you want to, I've got a few copies of How to Sell a Business. If you're looking for the inside track, you've already got a hand up. Yeah, they'll be £100. Always ask the price first. It's worth it. Oh, there you go. So I've got a few copies. If there's no copies left, they're on sale on Amazon. I will plug the 2 other books while I'm here. This is How to Scale a Business. It's not just me. There's 8 business owners that have co-authored. Another one of which is Paul. Their journeys each have a chapter. And then this one is business, but it's not business. It's a little book. It's a thin book. It's my personal journey because I battled depression and a suicide attempt in Dubai about 12 years ago. And I've come through. But I know that running and owning a business is very stressful. And for some of us, and I'm in that category, I was in the past, it can take you down. Depression, really bad, because you carry the weight of the world on your shoulders, as well as maybe if you've got family commitments, you've got staff livelihoods and the rest of it. This is intended to be an inspirational book for people that are really struggling right now. So anyone that's listening to this on the live stream, I've got a few copies here for the people in the room, but it's also available on Amazon as well. And any royalties go to mental health charity. I've got a real passion for people struggling with depression, particularly men in business that have really hit a brick wall. So I spend quite a bit of time going on the speaker circuit and also doing one-to-ones with people just to help them out of that mire. So, enough of the plug. Whenever I'm speaking to someone that comes to me and says, Rob, I would like to sell my business, of which I've had many thousands of calls like that over 20 years, I always ask them the first thing really early on, what's your magic number and when do you want it? And they never answer me directly. Never, ever, in 2 decades. They laugh, is normally what they do. I said, no, honestly. Well, I don't know what my business is worth. I said, I didn't ask you that. I asked you what your magic number was, not the value of your business, because the two are probably very different. So what I'm doing is getting them to think about aspirational price. That's the question I always ask any potential seller before they've instructed me, even if it's a direct message on LinkedIn and I don't know them from Adam. I always ask them that. And when they want it, which year? I think they're playing coy, some of them, because they think if they give me a number, then that somehow fixes the price, which it doesn't. What I want to find out with them. is, are you wasting my time because you've got a stupid number in mind? Or not? You know, are you realistic? Because if you've got some fanciful multiple of 30, it's going to be a very short conversation because you're not BP or Shell or Nike. It's a small £1 million turnover business making 10% on the bottom end. So what I'm doing is conditioning a potential seller already on price. This is before they paid me. This is the business owner's journey. If you want to start from London Heathrow and fly, I think that's probably Turkey. It's a straight journey, isn't it? Usually. The business owner journey is the one in gold. Because instead of going directly to Turkey from London, you go off somewhere, I don't know, that's near Shanghai, I would imagine. Probably others would know better. Shoot down then to Australia. I think the world is round still, so you come out the other side, get across to Florida, then you're down to Jayberg. Then you might then go somewhere in South America, or you might end up in the middle of India. That is the business journey. That's the one I've had with a number of businesses. You think it's a straight line, but it never is. There's always diversions, or there are humps in the road that cause you to go off track. So that's the business owner's journey. I'm going to share with you, part of sharing knowledge is to make yourself vulnerable, I believe. So I'm going to share with you my magic number. In 2010, when I was at the bottom of my depression, I had someone called Alex that came over. I was in Dubai at the time, and I just tried to throw myself off the Burj Khalifa. And it was a locked fire exit that stopped me. And when I went back to my apartment, I contacted a friend of mine, Alex, in the UK, and he flew over. And one of the things we did was talk about how I wanted to see life. So he got me out of my depression, started asking me to think about life ahead. I came back to the UK, and that was in 2010 from Dubai, and I planned out a 10-year vision. So I'm going to share that with you. So I had 3 questions I asked myself in 2010. How much? So my magic number was 5 million quid. Those are Trachycarpus fortunei, if anyone knows their palm trees. I love warm climates. And they're very hardy as well, up to -20 in the UK. I've got 3 in the garden. But I love being in warmer climates. I want a boat, because I've never had a boat. And if I got 5 million quid, I might be able to afford something. Double-decker bus. Not that I wanted a bus. You might see a double-decker bus. I see a mobile language school to teach English to kids in another country. Initially it was Greece with my first wife. Then it was Kefalonia with my second wife. Now it's Albania with my third wife. But the bus remains. And with the woman of my dreams, which I married, or who I married, in case she ever sees this, who I married in August in Albania, on the beach. And you were there, Paul, to witness it. That is what I wanted my life to be over the next decade. And I have been spending years trying to educate, coach, train, mentor business owners to think ahead, plan their life rather than circumstances take control. But of course 2020 is in the past now. So I did the same thing in 2020. I set a 2030 vision. I was ahead of Saudi Arabia and Qatar for doing that. They've got their own 2030 visions. This was mine. So I asked myself the same 3 questions a couple of years ago. It's 10 million now, the magic number, because once you've hit 5, why would you stop if you're breathing? Because most entrepreneurs never stop. Retirement is a myth. I'm in the process of writing a book called Life After Sale. Retirement is a myth. A boat, nothing like the one that you saw in the previous screen, because when I made some investigations, the cost of having a gin palace was eye-watering. And you can forget about your 5 million quid or your 10 million quid over a period of time. And you've been on, you're the last one, because I sold it in the summer. Well, they say buying a boat, there are two good days in boat ownership, the day you buy it and the day you sell it. The rest of it is just a plug hole for cash. But it was fun, wasn't it? Great. Car. Love cars. I'm a petrol head. So people that know vehicles will know that's a Bentley Continental GT. That signifies the stress of business ownership, as I'm sure most of you have experienced or are experiencing right now. I have a heart for people that are struggling in business because I was there once and it ain't a good place. So that's part and parcel of my vision that I'm currently in. That's me speaking to a group of people. That was in south of France, and now I'm in deepest Richmond. I love going out and being a guest speaker at places. I love this. And that's the woman of my dreams, not silhouetted against the Dubai sand dunes. That's my 2030 vision. That's my vision board. What's yours? A rhetorical question. What's yours? If you haven't got one, I would urge you, do it. Over this weekend, over Christmas period, start thinking about the next 10 years. Because once you know your end destination, or your desired end destination, then you can build a plan year by year by year as to what you're going to do and when. This is what IFAs do, yeah? They do it on software. I just talk people through it from experience. I would really encourage you, particularly if you're building a business group, you need to know your exit, ideally before you've sunk any money into buying businesses, because that's what VCs and private equity do. So here's some stats that my fellow colleagues is the wrong word, compatriots in the M&A industry on the sell side would not want you to know. Most businesses never sell. They just don't. The best is 1 in 5. And if you go to certain sell-side brokers, 1 in 20. 1 in 20. 19 out of 20 of their clients they take a retainer from, and don't deliver. They can't sell the business. Sometimes it's the quality or the lack of quality of the sell-side broker. Sometimes it's the seller, the vendor, that's got weird idea about value. You've probably met this when you've been trying to buy businesses from them. They ain't never coming down from the figure that some broker has given them, really, or their accountant, or their friend down the pub. It's really hard. That's why I work a lot with sell-side clients, to get a bit of realism in them. Poor statistic. It's shocking. Good news if you're buying, because it means you've got a lot of people out there that are disappointed, feel bruised and let down because they haven't sold their business. They've been punched a few times. So it's good if you're on the buy side, particularly if their numbers are going south as well, as a result of their disappointment. So here's just a whole number of reasons why a deal can collapse. Definitely the top one, sellers being unrealistic about value. I always tell them straight what I think their business is worth and what it's not worth and why. Not to say that I'm going to give you that figure if we meet the other side of the table, but I'm conditioning my client to get a realistic minimum walkaway price. If they want more, fine, but that's icing on the cake. I don't represent people, and my team don't, and teams haven't done, that are unrealistic about price, which is why buyers like working with us, because we've already done some of the hard work for you, which is why my conversion rate is 80%, 70 to 80% year on year. Sellers promising the earth, because it's all about potential, isn't it? It's all about the forecasted numbers, and then it doesn't deliver. That's another key reason why deals collapse. Shareholders not agreeing on price, which is good news if you're on the buy side, because if you've got 4 shareholders that are selling, try and divide them. Invariably, they haven't agreed a minimum walk-away price between the 4 of them. Almost guarantee it. Get them disagreeing in front of you in a negotiation meeting. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, the only reliance, I don't even touch businesses that are dependent on the owner. They talk about goodwill, don't they? There's goodwill. Sometimes accountants put it in a P&L, in a balance sheet. Goodwill doesn't exist. It really doesn't exist. It's made up, goodwill. The only place you could possibly use it is there's goodwill because John is owning and running this business and clients come because of John. But John's going off. So the goodwill walks out with John. So do challenge sellers about goodwill. Where on earth does this number come from? Can I touch it, feel it? No. It doesn't exist then. Sometimes they use goodwill, an accountant, to show that the balance sheet is just about positive. But you take out the goodwill, it's insolvent. So I'm giving you tips on how to buy a business as well. Client concentration, it's the same thing really as owner reliance. If 80% of a seller's business is from 2 clients, that's high risk as a buyer, for you as a buyer. You can use that obviously as leverage and say, well, what if one of them you lose, or both of them? Because you know, when there's a change of ownership, clients often think, oh, I like dealing with John. Now I've got these new people and I don't know them. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tout my business round and go to 3 suppliers and get a price. And then you're a race to the bottom to retain that client. Sometimes the buyer doesn't have the money and they can't get access to the money, which is very frustrating for everyone because that usually happens during due diligence or the latter part. But that is a reason why things can collapse. And the last one I had was what goes back years. My client who was selling his business didn't disclose the fact that he'd spent 6 months in jail for stalking a woman. He was on our back seat of a car and he did 6 months in jail for that. Now he never mentioned that to us as his representative. He never mentioned to his lawyer. The buyer found out because they did a Google search on him. If you want to find stuff to help you negotiate the price down, put the person's name or the company name and put scam or fraud. See what pops up. 9 times out of 10 you won't find anything, but you might find something that will save you a lot of heartache. Google can be your friend because nothing's ever lost. Because funny enough, sellers don't always tell you everything. It's like selling a second-hand car. They only tell you the best bits, don't they? So, almost always the reason a deal collapses is the seller. It isn't you as the buyer. The only issue would be funding gap if it's a buy-side thing. The rest of it is all to do with the buyer, the seller rather. That's why I love coaching and need to coach clients because we need to tease these things out. Otherwise, it's a waste of time and it affects my conversion rate. But not all sell-side advisors or brokers take that view. And I think you'll probably find, and you may have had your own experience with brokers or intermediaries, they don't take that that approach. They'll sign them up at any cost. They'll give a high valuation to flatter the seller, get them on board, get them to sign the contract, take the retainer and hope for the best. That's why it's less than 1 in 5 that sell. So, some myths of selling a business. I would amend that. Every business is saleable at a low enough price. But of course, no seller I've ever met in this millennium has wanted to sell for a discount. It's always a premium. Always a premium. No, not all business is saleable. That's why I don't take everything on that comes my way. In fact, I'm quite selective, which is why I sell almost 4 in 5 over the last 20 years. I'm not... People whose businesses aren't sellable, for whatever reason, it could be any one of 30 reasons. Either we work with them under coaching to iron out that wrinkle, or if they're not prepared to spend the time or the money with us, we won't take them on. They can go to one of our competitors and affect their conversion rate downwards. Quite happy with that. Because on the sell side broker advisory, most of the profit in companies like that is based on the success fee, not on the retainer. Not all, but most. So it's quite a lumpy financial model for a sell-side broker. Unless they're selling taking on lots of new clients and expecting 80% not to sell. That is a model that's operated with some people out there, but not with me. Because that's a lot of hard work, taking on projects that aren't going to sell. Somebody else I told, this is when someone is looking to sell their business, and I tell them it's going to be £1 gazillion a month as a retainer. Well, something less than that. They say, well, there's always someone, isn't there? Someone's prepared not to charge a retainer, they'll do commission only. So I said, well, why are we speaking? I'll go with them. I said, do you know what? I've never worked commission only in my life in 40 years, and I'm not starting now. I said, well, if you're so confident, Rob, that you're going to sell my business, the success fee is guaranteed. I said, it's not, because I don't know how you're going to react under pressure with a buyer. I don't know what skeletons are in the cupboard that you haven't said to me. Do you realise I had a client years ago, John, that had up criminal charges on stalking? I said, anything could happen. I'm sure you're not like that, John. But I've seen it all. So people who want commission only, bye-bye. Because if you don't pay money when you're selling your business, you're not committed to the process. Wasting my time and your time, actually, as the buyer. Not interested. There's a lot, we get this, don't we, a lot, Paul, with people who've got lots of good ideas but no money. Right at the startup phase, I get plagued, probably half a dozen a day on LinkedIn. Can I send you my pitch deck? I used to read them. I used to read them and go back with advice, free advice. Now I say, well, that will be £300 to read through your pitch deck. Please let me know your bank details and I'll send an invoice. A lot of people have created a business that's not saleable or doesn't actually solve a problem. It's particularly in the startup phase. They've produced something, maybe even a prototype, but it doesn't solve a problem or solve pain. So what's the point? So the way I've encouraged and steered clients over the years is to think about how they're growing their business, not just so it's bigger, but actually to make it sale ready, rather than just pumping their ego. Bigger is better, it's all about turnover. What we want to do is grow the business, scale the business to make it sale ready, because you've got the end in mind, hopefully. Well, they have when they work with me. So, not necessarily true. It happens in Dubai. They build all sorts of things in Dubai, and hopefully people will occupy it. This comes up often, quite often. Rob, I've got this great business. I want you to sell it. Love what you do. Love your approach. I really want light touch due diligence. I said, do you? Why? What don't you want the outside world to see? No, we don't. We don't need to do that. In fact, we can dispense with solicitors. I said, really? What, to save money? Yeah, we don't need that. So we go down a half an hour discussion about why that's not wise. There is no such thing. I've never, in 361 successful deals that I've been responsible for, all of them have had bumps in the road. Some bumps are bigger than others. All of them. There is no such thing as a smooth process. In my experience, you might have experienced something different, but my experience in over 300, they all have problems. Usually it's the seller, because they find out they actually love their business more than they thought, because it's their baby. And now they're close to selling it. Now some of them are finding reasons not to sell to you. Yeah, no straightforward deal. That's why I charge a retainer. At least I want to cover my costs if they bail out. Or I find something that's a deal breaker. Or they're just mucking us around, Paul. Because they might not tell you the truth as the buyer, they don't tell us the truth as the advisor. Supposed to be representing them. It's not that they're deceitful, it's this, they're just embarrassed that they would have to share some negatives. There you go, there's the 10 exit options. And for the quick mathematical ones, we'll notice there's 9 up there listed, because that's the 10th. Do you know 13% of business owners die in office? 13% never get to exit. Shocking, isn't it? When I used to sell insurance back in the 1980s, one of my colleagues used to have a little mini coffin in his briefcase. And because he used to go and do home visits, and he'd get his laptop up on their coffee table, and then they'd see this white coffin with a cross. And the prospective client would say, "Oh, what's that coffin doing in your briefcase?" He said, "I'm glad you mentioned that. Mortality." But the reality is we're all going to stop breathing one day, but 13% of business owners do it while they're still working. I don't know about you, but that doesn't fill me with happiness. But those are the exit options. Okay, session 2, rattling through. How are we doing on time? Want to make sure you've got a break coming up, comfort break. Is that 3:30, John? Yeah, 3:30. Right, session 2. We've done that lot. Now we're going to do the prep for sale. It is all in the preparation. I think that was an advert on TV in the day. So what you're hearing is what I take business sellers through. So you're getting the inside track if you've not sold a business before. Half of you haven't. This is how I prepare my clients, and I have done for 20 years. I want to know why they're selling. Because if you're a buyer and a good, experienced buyer, it's one of the questions you're going to be asking pretty early on. If it's such a good deal, John, if it's such a good business, John, and the future is orange, another advert, why are you flogging it? What do you know that I don't know yet? It might come as a surprise. Business sellers don't often know what they're selling. Yes, they talk about brand. Yes, they talk about reputation, good staff. They rarely mention that they've got a profitable business. It's quite interesting. The profit they don't even mention, which is an investor or a buyer or an acquirer, one of the key things you want to know. They struggle when I ask them, well, what are you selling? If I bought your company today, John, what would I be buying for my money? What am I getting? And after the first couple of generic things, they can't tell me. They're struggling, and they look at me as if to say, what else? So they need to know what they're selling, because you're going to be asking them when you're the other side of the table. How the business operates. Without boring you as the buyer, the acquirer, the investor, how does it all fit together? Because they know, and quite often business owners have got some sort of Frankenstein monster that they've built, because they've had bolt-ons and add-ons and band-aids, and they're thinking, it can be quite complicated and complex, and sometimes not very efficient. Sometimes they're paying more to their accountant than they should be. Sometimes there may be a tax problem. So they need to be able to explain to a potential buyer, how does it all work so that you can get it first time? And when is it they want to sell? They say as soon as possible. They always say as soon as possible. I said, what, like tomorrow? Or what? No, well, I don't know. How long does it take, Rob? I say, at least a year. A year? Oh, yeah. But that's not when you're free of it, because any self-respecting buyer will want to retain you post-sale for at least a couple of years. So that's a 3-year window. Are you ready for that, John? Again, I'm trying to get a sense of realism. They often think it's going to be sold in 3 to 6 months. Now, it could be, particularly if they're distressed and they can't make payroll this month. It isn't going to take a year. But profitable growing businesses, easily a year, and that includes 3 months in due diligence. So, again, structuring their expectations. And also I ask them, well, what if you don't sell? What are you going to do? Well, I'll carry on. Okay, carry on taking dividends, but the numbers are going south. Well, yes, well, we'll obviously have to correct the financial trend. Well, how are you going to do that? Because there isn't much cash in the business I saw in the balance sheet. Well, maybe we can find an investment partner. Ah, right. So you're going to find someone with a lot of money that's going to sink it into your business to make payroll. So there's different... What I'm trying to do is tease out from them some preconceptions they have. Because I want to know what's the alternative. Because one of the competitors you're dealing with when you're buying a business is they don't sell at all. That's a competitor. They just carry on as they are. Some of it is complacency, because they don't know whether it's going to work out if they sell to you. So nice open questions, and also drilling down and putting them on the spot a bit. I can do that because I'm just like them. I'm a business owner. In fact, I'm actually further ahead than they are, because I've started up, scaled up, sold up. So I'm ahead of the curve, where they want to be. So I feel I've earned that right to challenge them. With the why sell, these are the common ones. It won't come as a surprise to you, I'm sure, but these are the common ones that I'm told. The tide of it all is quite a regular one. I'm just fed up. I've been doing it 20 years. It's the same old, Rob. I want to change. Okay, so what do you want to change to? What's the next chapter? You're going to finish one chapter. What are you going to do next? Well, I don't know. I've never really thought about it. Well, let's think about it now. What are the things in life you want to do that you haven't had time to do because you spent the last 20, 30 years building a business and not seeing your wife or your kids, and always taking the laptop and telephone on holiday with you, never off that bloody internet because you're working. So all of those, and you could probably add a few more onto those as well that you've come across. But motivation to sell, and I know it picks up on what JJ teaches, I want to find motivated sellers. Not in your role as buying them. I want to make sure that they're motivated to go the distance, because I want that success fee and I want my conversion rate protected. A question I'm often asked is, when is the best time, Rob, to sell my business? I said, well, if I knew that, I'd be working in NASDAQ. I mean, what an impossible question to ask. The nearest I can get is that businesses' growth come in cycles. And so typically I found that you need to be selling a business 3 years before it plateaus. But only you would know better than me as the business owner when it's likely to tail off. I have no idea. I just know for the buyer, you need to leave some skin in the game for them. Because if you're trying to sell a business that's maxed out, that's a really hard gig. Because you've got nothing to offer about growth as a seller. So you need to offer real potential that you can articulate and give a good narrative about to a potential buyer. Or not sell, and I do challenge quite a few business owners, why are you selling now? Your numbers have hit rock bottom, you're insolvent technically, you haven't been able to pay VAT last quarter, and now you want to sell it. Why don't you reinvest in the business? I haven't got any money. Well, I'm sure you can get some money. You must know someone that might want to. Maybe it's family and friends. Maybe actually you need to borrow it. There's plenty of alternative funding sources out there. But now is not the time to sell. Now's the time to reinvest, stabilise it, get it back and get it on a growth curve again. Then you're going to be more attractive to the market. We'll spend quite a lot of time, don't we, Paul, on when we've got someone who's either looking to raise investment or sell their business. Why you? Why should someone be interested in buying your business? And it's the usual things that are trotted out about, oh, we've got a good reputation, brand, we've been going for 100 years. Okay, so what does that mean? To me as the buyer, I do a bit of role play throughout. If I'm buying your business, what does that matter to me? I'm not buying the past, I'm buying the future. What about with the 100 years? Brilliant. So what you can say is, we've been around a long time. People like buying from us. We've got an 84% repeat buyer rate. That gives sustainability to the business. People like what we produce and they like it at the price we deliver it. But it's about what makes your business special. Why should I pick your business rather than go to provide products or services rather than go to the company down the road that's cheaper? Why should I go to your business? See, these are basic questions, aren't they? But a lot of business sellers have never thought about it. Some of them don't even know why people buy from them. They tell me, I don't know. So I thought, go and pick up the phone then. Ring them. Do a customer contact exercise. Find out why they originally bought from you. Wouldn't that be valuable? Forget about selling your business and telling a buyer. What about, you should know, you're the owner. You should really know why people are buying your products and services. Because then maybe you can adapt your marketing to be laser focused in order to attract more clients just like that. And use those as hooks in your marketing as to why people buy from you. And you never know, maybe some video testimonials from happy clients, which are noticeable by their absence quite often on their website. Tell I'm quite passionate about these things. I haven't lost it in 2 decades about feeling really animated about this. I also ask them, what are you not selling? And they say, well, I'm selling everything. No. You want to go, you told me. Oh, yeah. Well, you're part of the business. You're working 80 hours a week. Who's going to replace you? Oh, we've got a good management in the team. The business runs itself. So I think, BS. No business runs itself. So what you're telling me, John, is you haven't spent the time in the last 20 years building a succession plan. Is that what you're telling me? There's no number 2, because you love running things and having a middle management to do what you say, and then you're having people below them. I don't think that business is saleable, John. Not in the place that you've got it. You need a director team. Stop preserving your profit and start reinvesting in the business and getting senior people to run it day to day so you can step back. Then you make it more attractive to the buyer because they're not buying you. Yeah, I think I've touched on this. You're not selling yourself. Forget goodwill. The business runs itself. It's all BS. But I get it all the time from business sellers. Right, brokers, my favourite topic. I love brokers, but I couldn't eat a whole one, just like accountants. This is how I see it. I am comparing apples with apples. Sorry for the pun. Brokers, they fall into 3 categories. You've got the good boy. They're not all charlatans, contrary to popular belief. There are some good guys out there. My company and I are one of them. That's why we have a high conversion rate, because we're highly selective who we take to market and when. And we do quite a lot of pre-sale preparation to make sure they're sale ready in order to go to market, which is why we achieve high multiples, but also a high conversion rate. You want to stay away from these people because your interests are not aligned with theirs. Because my average multiple over the last 20 years is 9.4 times adjusted EBITDA. You don't want to be contacting people that I represent. And I've had conversations with people that are looking for multiples of 3, and I said, look, it's just not going to go anywhere. I only take on profitable growing businesses where they know their worth. But a lot of the marketplace isn't like that. But don't approach brokers that are good at selling businesses at high multiples, because it looks good, doesn't it? Because you can see them all on window display on their website sometimes. It's just going to waste your time. Then you've got the guys in the middle, and that's around the average for the industry, sort of a 1 in 5 conversion rate. Sometimes they do a decent job. Many times they don't. And then you've got the guys at the bottom. And I couldn't possibly comment whether Jonathan mentioned any of them earlier today. Those are the people who are going to disappoint their customers most. So there could be good potential for you in those two lower bands, because most of their clients will have gone through the process, paid them some money, and not got anywhere. So that's a really good opportunity for you as a buyer, because now they've been conditioned, the market has taken it away. So they've had the cruel wind of reality set in. So on the buying mode, as I have been recently, those are the people I might contact if I'm going to contact a broker. But I know I wouldn't advise it if it's your first acquisition. I don't think there's any substitute for the hard grunt work until you've got your first one. Most brokers, advisors, once they find out you haven't got a business that's buying it, it's you as an individual, probably will ghost you. They won't. They'll think, well, I'm looking for someone who's A, got the money, can show it in a bank account to me, bank statement this afternoon, or has got a trading business where I can see the accounts and see that that trading business can acquire my client's business. So for a first off, I wouldn't go to any brokers. Yeah, hundreds of questions. And I've asked a few lawyers over the years, commercial lawyers, how many emails go to and fro? At least 5,000. That includes the people who are copied in. It's manic. And if you've been through the sale process, as half of you have, it's huge. And the business seller, the vendor, really underestimate. They don't know this because they think it's going to be sold in 3 months. And it's a straightforward transaction. And when I start giving them numbers like this, they're thinking, oh, God. Well, A, they're thinking, I can't do this myself, which is exactly what I want them thinking, because I'm going to be charging them a retainer if I like the business. But it's a huge amount of work, usually. The what if, because I'm going through scenarios with my new client or potential client, what if you don't sell? Well, you could sell part of it, an MBI. Your employees could buy you out. They usually don't have the money, so then they've got to find funding. And also, it's quite tricky, isn't it? It's a bit like a management buyout, where you've got other shareholders buying an exiting shareholder. You've got a conflict of interest, because say the employees want to buy it for as cheaply as possible, because they've got to borrow the money. But the current owner wants as much as possible. So often these MBOs and employee buyouts struggle to complete. But it's a route. One option I give to them, I throw in, is don't sell. Nice bit of psychology to them, because they come to me to sell their business. So, well, don't sell. Why don't you keep the asset called a business and use it like a pension? I think, what? I said, no, you don't have, there's nothing in law that says because you own the business, you have to work in the bloody thing. Why are you an owner-manager? Why aren't you just an owner, an investor? Why do you have to work in it? Is it about your ego, self-importance, something to do on a Monday morning? Why? Why don't you start going part-time? Why don't you employ people better than you to run your business day to day? How about that? The control freaks have a problem with that. But other business owners think, yeah, actually, do you know what? I like that. I've got a good team around me anyway. I'm not going to have to employ new people. I just need to give them more, delegate more, upskill them, make them feel valued. Might have to pay them a bit more money for the extra responsibility, but you're building the value of your team, which when you come to sell, adds value. Yeah. When someone says Rob, I would like to instruct your company to sell my business, but you're far too expensive, and someone's offered to do it for half the price, I've always said, well, go to them and come back to me in a year when it hasn't sold. Buy cheap, buy twice is often what I say to them. And they don't believe, they chuckle, but they don't believe in, they go elsewhere, but then I diarise for 12 months' time. I also put a tag at company's house on their company to see if there's been a change of shareholders. Because if they have sold, and I was wrong, I'll send them a little card to congratulate them on selling the business. But I can guarantee that don't happen very often. I'm actually sending them an email saying, oh, I'm sorry to see that you're still in charge of the business. What went wrong? Have you changed your mind? Have you had a change of route? So I'm quite happy let a competitor take it for a while. They do say to me, when they say, oh, look, okay, you were right. We didn't sell, we didn't get offers. Sometimes they say we didn't have any meetings with buyers. So how much have you paid? 10 to 15 grand is typical. So you paid that amount of money. And you've got no meetings? No. Send me over the IM and send me over your financials, and I'll let and the research list that the broker did, and I'll let you know why it didn't sell. Then say, brilliant, thank you. So, would you consider representing us now? We'll do it a second time. Yes, it will be £4,000 a month and 5% at the back end as a success fee. They said, but I've already spent money with the other broker. I said, I know, it's the cost of learning. Right? It's a training course you've been on for the last year with another broker. No, I'm not going to do it for free on success fee only. You're having a laugh. Come on, be sensible. Right. Yep. I mean, I always have to give them a client a prompt. Well, we have to, don't we? We have to give them some ideas as to why someone might want to buy them in preference to another business that they're looking at. Here's some more. They talk about brand and reputation, but that's just meaningless. What does that mean to the financials of the business? Repeat buyer rate, net margin, those sorts of things. So, always talk about selling a business is a team event. It ain't one person. Always encourage them to get specialist people that know what they're doing and are experienced in that part of the process. Especially accountants. Accountants can kill a transaction. If you get a not dodgy one, if you get one that's not up to the job. See, sometimes someone starts a business in Norfolk. Nothing against Norfolk. I love Norfolk. They've set it up and they've got the village accountant that does their books 30 years ago, 40 years ago. The business grows. It scales up. It's multi-million-pound turnover, but they've still got the village accountant. That is not a good situation usually. Because I say to them, well, you might be in front of PwC on the other side during due diligence. Is your accountant going to be able to stand up to their cross-examination? Because that's what it will be. It will be forensic accounting. Will it? Yes. Well, the accounts would be true. I said, oh, you might think that. How they're presented will be challenged. So my advice always to business owners, if they've scaled a successful business, is to review their accountant. Will they be able to do what's needed in order to get a deal over the line, or will they act as a barrier to closing a deal? Because some accountants just stick it in their in tray. They don't get round to doing things that have been requested. And the buy side, or the buyer and the buy side lawyers are getting really frustrated because it's all being held up by the sell side's accountant. Because the accounts weren't drawn up properly in the first place. Or there's entries in there that are inexplicable. Pardon me. How to approach ideal buyers. I mean, you could use this, I suppose, how to approach ideal sellers when you're on the other side. Maybe there's a crossover. I say to people who are looking to sell, forget about selling your business. If you were looking at buying a business, who would you buy and why? And they go, oh, why'd you ask that? I said, well, because if you would buy them, they might want to buy you. Because there are things called like reverse mergers. Oh, right, because there's then a synergistic fit between the two businesses, and 1 and 1 could equal 3. So part of our coaching and preparing a seller is to think about businesses that might buy them, sort of, what do they call it? Oh, it's gone now. The perfect buyer, the perfect target business. Avatar, that's the one. Describe their avatar of their perfect buyer. And then we get them to broaden their thinking. We do talk about competitors versus complementary businesses, because they always trot off, usually trot off a list of competitors that might want to buy them. I said, really? You want to go to your competitors and say you're for sale? Oh, well, doesn't the NDA hold? It's a piece of paper. And I've never seen an NDA enforced under law. Never come across it, certainly not in the SME market. So you're taking a risk. So are you sure you want to go to a direct competitor down the road and say you're for sale and give them the last 3 years' accounts, this year's management accounts and your 3-year business plan? Oh, and your clients split, who your clients are? Oh, well, I won't show them that immediately. Well, you will have to. Go through DD. Oh. Then I start getting them to think a bit wider, which is the complementary fit. So when I talk about complementary businesses to them, I mean companies that don't have their products and services, but sell to a similar client base to my client. That's a complementary fit. Which means if that company then bought my client, they've got a wider offering to the marketplace, or wider geography, wider product offering. You also got 2 sales forces, 2 CRMs, great cross-selling and upselling opportunities. Need at least 50. I tell sellers going to need to find at least 50 potential target buyers, because we're doing the same that you do, the other way around. I've got loads of people I want to buy. In fact, I've got 6 today. I'll meet you in a hotel. We do the same on the sell side. I found that the optimum number of target companies to approach to buy our client's business is about 70. And when a client sees that, or prospective client sees that, they say, well, I can't find 50 potential buyers. I said, I know, we can, with our international database and resource and people doing it full time. Because we won't only look home, we'll look abroad as well. So ideal buyers, coming to a close shortly for the first part. How to identify an ideal buyer. Who's come across this Latin? Do you know what it means? Yep. Buyer beware. Buyer beware. Do you know what that is? Cave emptoris. Who knows that? Sorry? Almost, yeah. Beware of the buyer. It works 2 ways. We teach our sellers to beware of you guys. Well, not you guys, as in this room, but the buyer. Because not all buyers are buyers. So it works 2 ways. You've got to be careful who you're buying from, and also if you're selling, who you're selling to. Yeah, so you get Latin as well on a Friday afternoon. Tyre kickers. This is what I train in the last 20 years, have trained my team to filter out so we don't waste our clients' time. People who don't have the money or access to funding, don't want to meet them. And this is I thought you can turn this around, right? This is a tip, because I get approached daily from people who want to buy a business, and I do respond, and I say, what industry sectors, and what's your budget, and where, geography. So those are 3 quick questions. They normally answer the other 2 questions, but not budget. They might. I had one last week. He said, anything from £50,000 to 50 million. I know, because I spent 2 decades working with VCs, private equity, family offices, serious private investors. They know which sectors they want to invest, because investors will only invest in things they understand and know and have experience of, usually, 90% of them. They certainly know what sort of size business, so how much they're looking to spend, because they tell me. And geography, they're quite specific. So we can tell whether someone is an experienced, serious investor by being specific about what they're looking to buy. £50,000 to 50 million is Room 101. So be clear and specific about what you're looking for. Yeah, and first thing we do is find out, is it the buyer individually, or have they got a business entity that's going to be the buying entity? And if so, look at Companies House, when was that business set up? That is why it's better not to go to a broker or an advisor that knows what they're doing for your first acquisition. It's just standard practice. If we see the business was only set up last week, that's going to go at the bottom of the pile for a sell-side broker. They're going to be looking for trading businesses with a track record who've bought businesses before just like that, and that business then is a bolt-on to their group. You might have got the impression from the first half that I'm used to getting everything right and I know everything. Well, I've got news for you, I don't. I was just shit. I know. I'm living my best life in the first half with you. I bought my first business, we bought our first business, Paul, in March of this year, and we broke all of the rules and the advice that JJ had in his 5-day fast track. And it's quite, and I'm used to doing M&A. I've been doing it for 20 odd years. And we were still breaking a lot of the ground rules.
No, you were breaking.
All right, I was. Okay. Just to give you a little soupçon of where we got it wrong on our first acquisition, we bought a distressed business out of a pre-pack. So it was a business that had problems, to say the least. Like 350K's worth of loss problems on a 2 million turnover. That's quite an act to be able to achieve such a loss and debts. But we thought, distressed business, get it cheap, turn it around, flip it around, easy as, jobs are good. No chance. What we'd underestimated was how low the staff are on morale. We hadn't even investigated the quality of the directors we were inheriting under 2P. We'd assumed they were as good as we were. There's reasons why businesses are distressed, and you can't blame it on Brexit, COVID, or the forthcoming apocalypse, as some business owners would have you believe. Businesses fail because of the business owners, whatever it is. So I'd like to, in 2023, if JJ will have me back, I'd like to go through, because we haven't finished this, because we've had 3 offers on our business. We nearly sold it this week to one of those 3 bidders. And it was the night before completion, it collapsed. But we've got a plan B. We've got a cunning plan, and it looks good. So I'd like to share that next year once that journey is finished, because it's been a roller coaster. So even people who are experienced in the world of M&A with several hundred transactions under their belt make rookie errors, and that's me. Not Paul, because obviously he's perfect. He's the voice of reason. I'm the go-get-it. Paul is the one that's just more considered. It's a good pairing as well. Right. Session 3. Don't worry. If you've done the maths, you think, oh, there's 6 sessions Rob put up, and we've only done 2. The next 4 go quite quickly. That's what we did. This is what we're going to do now, how to approach buyers. So this is the other side of the coin. It's quite interesting to put yourself in the shoes of the other person. Or actually, the expression is put yourself in the moccasins of someone else. Do you know why it's moccasins and not shoes? Because... No. No. The what? Kind of warm, yeah, not quite. They're soft-soled. You feel the terrain. That's exactly it. So in a negotiation, rather than try and get a win-lose, put yourself in the shoes of the other person that you're in the room with. What does it feel like to be in their shoes? You usually find a good settlement, because a good deal is a fair deal. 90-10 is usually quite fair. Not, isn't it, Paul? Right. How to approach a buyer, someone like you. It's generic advice that when we're coaching and mentoring clients preparing their business for an exit, we talk about the phone, mail, phone. We have a list of 50, 70 prospective buyers, acquirers, investors we'd like to approach, home and abroad. We get that list signed off by our client, and then we pick up the phone and try to get through to the person who's responsible for mergers and acquisitions within their company or organisation. Sometimes we get through, sometimes we don't. Even if we don't get through, we find out who's responsible. So we've got their mobile number and their email address. And then we ping them an email, usually with a teaser. So a no names, anonymous one-pager that gives some basic information to try and attract interest, if it's relevant to that company. And then we follow up with a phone call. We find that is the best way to attract people to the table that are looking to buy a business. Once they've had the teaser, they've looked at it and they say, no, not for us, not interested, or not the right time. we're not buying at the moment. If they say, yeah, this looks interesting, send us over the IM. That's what we do with 3 years accounts. So there's no gaps in the financials. And the management accounts as well. So they've got up-to-date financial information over up to 4 years, plus a compelling IM that's written. It's a sales and marketing document, basically, highlighting the strengths of the business and the uniquenesses and the reason why our client's selling, the real reasons why our client's selling. After we've got the NDA signed, we send out the IM with the financial documents attached. We do it the same day, by the way. I know sometimes when you're buying, and if you're working with a broker, they may either ghost you, or it's weeks of you chasing them to send the bloody information to them. So frustrating. We aim to do it same day. If not, the following morning. Because I know once you've got an interested buyer, they can go cold very quickly if the advisor isn't sending that information and using that momentum. And then we follow, once they've had the IM in the accounts, we follow up on the phone a few days later to establish the level of interest and relevance. Then we book a meeting. Easy. The difficult bit is then trying to get a deal together and get them on the same page price-wise. It's really straightforward. It's just time-consuming, which is, again, why a prospective seller says, I haven't got the time for all of this. I said, I know. That's why you pay us. We'll do it for you. You can subcontract 80% plus of selling a business to us. We'll do most of the legwork. All you need to do is provide the information in a timely fashion so we don't cheese off the buyer. Notice I chose my words carefully. Be available for negotiation meetings and sign documents, and then you receive the money. Most of our clients are experienced, certainly they know their industry and they're experienced as a business owner. What they're not experienced is selling their business. Some of them think it's the same thing as selling their products and services, and it isn't. It's more emotional. When you're selling a business, especially if you founded it, it's like a child that you've given birth to. You've nurtured it, grown it, and now you're selling it. It's an emotional transaction, selling a business, for many, many entrepreneurs, not a financial one predominantly. So again, when we're preparing clients, before they even meet a buyer, we're doing this in the prep phase. About 3 months, Paul, isn't it? 6 golden rules, we tell them. We do role plays with them. We want to practice them being in front of a real buyer with real money that's really interested in their company, because we don't want them practicing in their first meeting with a real buyer, because we want to sell them. And then we give them the top 30 questions. They struggle to come up with the top 6. We give them 30, but there's going to be hundreds of questions, but we give them the top 30 that are bound to come up. We give them a binder, and we get them to fill it with documents. I know there's a data room going to be coming, but we want them to take with lots of files in there. But I want them to have a hard copy by their side in a negotiation meeting room with a prospective buyer, because I want them to be able to refer to things if they need to. We have to educate them on how to speak. Not English. Well, sometimes English. We talk about being positive, creating a positive vibe in a negotiation meeting with a prospective buyer. They've got to use positive words, and they go, oh, yeah, no, I'll do that, yeah. They don't, because I test them out. We test them out, because we put them in a role play. And they'll say things under pressure. They'll say things, well, the trouble is, no, don't mention the word trouble. Or the risk. Don't use the R word. Or, to be honest, I hate that one coming from a seller. To be honest, what on earth are you going to be honest about? I'm not saying don't be honest. I'm saying use wisdom, because wisdom is the higher attribute than honesty. You know, they say always tell the truth. No, that's why I've had 3 wives, right? Wisdom is the higher attribute. Yes, be honest and truthful in everything you say, but you don't have to say everything. That's down to the buyer to extract from you. So when you're in the buying phase, you've got to ask lots of questions, because it isn't going to be given necessarily by the seller. And I'm working with one of your mastermind, or one of Jonathan's mastermind people. He approached me a few months ago, asked me some questions. He's looking to buy an accountancy firm. We bought an accountancy firm. He was looking for some free advice. I gave him some free advice. And I said, well, we're looking for another accountancy firm. You're looking for an accountancy firm. Why don't we collaborate? Because I might be interested in being your investment backer. Because I've already got a trading business and you haven't. So maybe together. But also, it's been an education for me to see how someone else does it. It's darn hard work, isn't it? And he's doing it remotely because he's not in the UK. But it's been a real education. And I've seen how much of a struggle it is for someone that's new to this to actually get past all the hurdles that a prospective target company gives, the time wasters. It's frustrating. So that's been an education. Say to a client, please don't answer questions the buyer hasn't asked you. Well, why not? I said, because you may shoot yourself in the foot. What? Or it's not relevant. What you're saying is not relevant to the buyer. Oh, don't they want to know all about my business? No, they don't. They want to know, by buying your business, what is it that you can improve their life with their business or them going forward. They want to know what's the benefit to them of acquiring your business. And it won't be everything, I can assure you. It won't be everything. So you've got to find out in the meeting with a buyer, what is it that they're looking for and what their hot buttons are. What are the things that motivate them to buy? And where 1 and 1 could equal 3 for both parties. Talked about honesty and wisdom and being married more than once. Often I talk with sellers about the risk pendulum. For a deal to work, the risk pendulum swings. It can't be all in favour of the buyer. It can't all be in favour of the seller. And it's about getting that. It doesn't have to be halfway, by the way. 50-50 isn't necessarily what I'm talking about. But it needs to be within a certain range for a deal to go through. So it needs to be balanced rather than a one-sided transaction. That doesn't mean financially. It could mean if you're looking to buy a business where the owner wants to get out, like yesterday, that's their release. They want freedom. It isn't about the money. That's something JJ and I agree on wholeheartedly. It isn't always about the money. When you're selling a business, this is probably golden tenet. If you want to sell business for a top price, like a multiple of 9.4 of adjusted EBITDA, which is my one, average. The lowest is 3.2, the highest was 29, multiple of 29. So it is quite a range. The mean average is 9.4. You've got to go out to a lot of people. You've also got to get the other advisors, indeed sometimes the buyer, locked on a completion timescale. In the early stages, it will be negotiating. So we're creating a bidding place, effectively. We don't call it a Dutch auction, but it's an auction because we're going out. We'll probably get round the table with 8 buyers in a period of a month. We're creating competitive tension to drive up price and improve terms. We don't give a deadline, but we do strongly encourage the interested parties to get their act together because there is a process that's happening. That continues once our client has chosen the preferred bidder. When you get into due diligence, because it can be lost by a poor lawyer that can't be bothered to make it a priority, or get into the detail that they'd rather win a legal argument with the lawyers the other side and win the legal argument but lose the deal. There's some lawyers out there that do that, not the one that JJ recommends. But there are lawyers out there, so watch out for them. They're not so interested in the deal completing. They want to win the legal argument with someone on the other side. They're not aligned with you. I know this is said in the course. We're looking, when we're selling, we're looking for motives for purchase. Why that? Because the highest bid isn't necessarily the best bidder. So it might be the second or third lowest offer that's the best fit for our client. So it doesn't always have to be the top money. It's about the fit. And you'll love this one. I've been doing this for 20 odd years, never give a price to a buyer. Ever, ever, ever. So these meetings obviously don't last very long because obviously on the buy side you don't want to give a figure, do you? But these meetings do tend to go on for a couple of hours, so obviously there's a breakthrough somehow. The reason from a seller's perspective, as soon as you give a price, you've given a maximum ceiling. We don't want to do that because it might be you as the buyer have seen added value and you're not going to give that away because you're a seasoned buyer, a negotiator. So we don't want to put a cap. What we say instead to the buyers, the interested parties, of which there's at least at least 8, of which we get 4 offers, is look, we've got no conceived price in mind, which we haven't. We're going to sell it for as much as possible. But we're going through a process where we've attracted a number of companies like yours where we think there's a really good fit. So we've complimented them, but in the same sentence, let them know there's a competitive tension going on. And we're inviting indicative offers. So please make us your best offer by the end of the week. So we make it time-bound as well. Obviously, the indicative offers, we get around the table with 8, gets to 4 offers, typically. Half of them make an offer. All of them we reject and go back with a commercially reasoned argument as to why the buyer should sharpen their pencil. It's got to use fact rather than emotion. You just say, I want more. It's useless, isn't it, to you if you're on the buy side. You've got to go back as to why it substantiates a higher figure or improved terms. Yeah, our commitment to our client is we'll get several offers on the table for them. If we don't, we'll either carry on working or we'll give them their money back. That's why we're really selective who we take on in the first place, because I don't want to lose money out of the business. When you've got some skin in the game and a risk of loss in this situation, you make damn sure that you take on businesses that are likely to sell, because there's a financial loss too. We haven't made a refund ever, but the offer's there. Again, I know it counters some of the things that are taught on the other side. Don't sign exclusivity away if you're the seller. If you're the buyer, fine, yeah. If you're selling, you want to make sure that you leave it as long as possible before you sign heads of terms and therefore give away or give exclusivity in return for heads of terms. You've got to be sure that you want to sell to that person, because we educate the seller that once you go into heads, it's not in your favour anymore, because the price is never going up. There's only going one way. If it's going to go somewhere, it's going to be down. So make sure that you're committed, which is why we take a chunk of money at heads of terms, signing on fee, because I want to make sure our client isn't going to have second thoughts about it. I want them to be financially, in addition to the retainer, I want to make sure that they're financially committed to this. That should give you as the buyer some comfort that our seller wants to complete. Lots of motives. You can come up with number 10. Lots of. These are the things that if our client isn't asking in a negotiating meeting, we will, because we facilitate all the negotiation meetings. We're going to be finding out, why is this particular interested party a good fit for our client? And how does it benefit them in their own business, wearing their moccasins? I get a lot of people contacting me on LinkedIn when they've tried to sell their business or a broker has tried to sell their business and failed. But particularly where what often happens is they've only got one interested party. And I always say one buyer is no buyer. You've got no choice. Well, it's Hobson's choice, isn't it? Either you sell to them or you don't. So it's all about, from a sell side, it's all about creating a marketplace to sell your business, not just having one. But a lot of business owners who try to sell their business themselves only have one horse in town. That's it. That gives that one only interested party negotiation control. So one buyer is no buyer from a seller's perspective. Obviously, when you're buying a business, you want to be the only show in town, don't you? This is just from my experience. on any transaction, the average spread between the lowest offer and the highest offer, bear in mind we get 3 to 4 offers on each business on average, is 134%. That's why you should never give a price as a seller, because you don't know whether the first offer that's come in is the best one, or the highest one, I should say. You don't know. So it's about going to market, sitting round with a number of interested parties and see where the fit is. Because it gives you choice as a seller. Sometimes with canny buyers, they've come in as the lowest bidder on the first round, and then we ask for their final and best offer, and they've suddenly doubled or trebled their original indicative offer. They're just playing the game, but that's fine. We understand that. Okay, number 4, told you they were quicker. Negotiation. Gleaned on that before. Never give a price, always invite indicative offers, and we get 3 to 4. It's a lovely position if you're selling anything, whether it's your business, your car, motorcycle, anything. Lovely to have several people interested, isn't it? eBay. Some clients, particularly ones that are overly confident about their own abilities, I think it's a nice way, it's a euphemism. They're very egocentric. They find negotiation hard, because they'll say, well, this is it, take it or leave it. Well, no, you're not going to say take it or leave it. What do you mean take it or leave it? That's not negotiation, that's a threat. Think about how you could concede something that has less value to you in exchange for something that's of high value. Particularly if you're talking about stay-on, retainer payments or salary. Maybe they're going to be re-employed in the business going on. There's lots of things. You know, the second-hand DB9, that's their company car. Maybe that could be traded. You know, there's different ways of trying to make it fit. The take it or leave it is rubbish as a negotiation tactic. Always look to exchange something with the other side, is what we teach them. Sometimes, and I've been advising someone at the moment, it's just you have to walk away as a seller and say, look, it's just not working. We've tried. We've been around the houses a number of times, tried to rework it. We just can't find common ground, so we'll have to draw a line under it. That is a negotiation tactic. You do it politely and with a bit of charm and panache and professionalism. Then you'll see how interested or not they are, the buyer. Will they chase you down the road? Like in an Istanbul bazaar, that happened to me once. It's that, bartering. It is a DEFCON 5 tactic, because they may say, here's the door. But sometimes you need to know when to stop. Otherwise, you're just going to spend months going nowhere. Don't like adversarial meetings. I've only twice been in a meeting in the last 20 years where my clients, on both occasions, different clients, went to punch the buyer. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Fist, stood up. Because it's an emotional transaction for the seller. And the buyer was a bit clumsy in their language. And that just triggered. I'm not excusing my client on both occasions. But they lost sense of where they were. It was like red mist. It's like road rage, but in a hotel room. Not the bedroom, a meeting room, obviously. So we coach our clients to be consultative in as far as, look, this is someone that's looking to buy your business. See them as a strategic partner. Don't see them as a buyer, see them as a strategic partner where you can help them with their growth in their business by acquiring your shares. And also, that then gives you an exit opportunity potentially if you want to exit, or you might want to stay with them and you grow the business together. It's consultative. It's not adversarial. Don't get adversarial with any buyer. Don't the take it or leave it approach. Don't do it. You say, I'm in role play mode. Don't do it. The other one comes up. It's a bit theatrical. When a seller says they haven't got anyone to replace them, no succession plan, they've just milked the business, and they haven't got a number 2 or anyone running the business, it's them. Their answer to me when I challenge that is, well, no, I'll stay on. Really, John? You want to stay on? When's the last time you had a job? 30 years ago. Well, you're going to hate it. You're going to stay on and you'll have a boss. Someone who can say, no, don't do that. Go away. I'm going to do that. Go away. It's even stronger than pointing. Because I want them to know that staying on, for most, not all, because there are some enlightened business owners in this room, I'm sure, and in the outside world. Most of us are unemployable. Most of us can't take instruction from someone else. That's why we're self-employed. We're business owners. That's why. So I disabuse them of their delusion that they can work for the next 2 to 3 years and help the new owner. You want them out because they're likely to be a lightning rod for dissatisfaction in the company you've just bought. Not all my clients in the past, former clients, most of them. Some of them will be of some value. Some of them are enlightened individuals that can work for someone else. But not all of them. They need to be gone. They need to be out of your hair if you buy their business. Learning to pick your battles. We were talking about that today, weren't we, Paul? Sometimes when you're negotiating, don't try and win everything. Just win the main things, the war. Be prepared to lose a few minor battles with the buyer is what we teach them. Don't try and argue everything because you're just going to cheese the other side off. And one of the things that can kill a deal, another thing, is deal fatigue. Someone gets fed up with it. Could be the buyer, could be the seller. Someone pulls out because they've got fatigue. And also, we have to do this with clients, is remind them why they set off on this process. When the going gets a bit tough and sticky and you're going through treacle, usually at the back end when it's DD and stuff and you're having to work till 2 o'clock in the morning to get a disclosure bundle together as the seller, think about why you set off on this process. We have to remind our client. We also have to remind them of the price that we agreed at the outset privately that they'd sell for, their minimum walk away. Because you know what? Some sellers get greedy. You may never have come across this. They do. Only 99% of them do. I can think of one in particular where she wanted 10 to 12 million for her firm, her business, and I knew we could get it, which is why we took the instruction. I knew we could get a lot more, but I said, yeah, I'm confident my team can deliver on that. Is it 10 or is it 12? Tell me, which number are we aiming for? She said, well, 10, minimum walk away, but 12 would be icing on the cake, Rob, if you could achieve that. But I don't want to sell to a private equity company because I've heard about private equity. They're vultures. I said, no, that's VCs. She said, I'm definitely not going to stay on because I'm unemployable. I listened to you in a masterclass you did once. I couldn't work for anyone. 9 months, 10 months later, we got 15 million competitive tension. Drove up the price, a lot of interest in her company, 15 million quid. Do you know what she said? Can you push for 20? I said, you said 10 to 12. 12 would be the icing on the cake. She said, well, now I know how valuable it is. You see how easy it is to clench your fist? 22. Now, it took another 5 months. So it nearly fell over because I said, you're kidding. 20? We did get a bit lucky with the particular buyer. And guess what? Private equity. And she had to stay on for 4 years, so it was on an earn-out. Well, she didn't want private equity and she didn't want to stay on longer than a couple of months. The difference was for her, she fell in love. She fell in love with the buyer, not physically. She loved the particular buyer. It was a perfect fit, and the chemistry was there with the buying team. She really liked that private equity buying team. So she did the deal, stayed on for 4 years, completed the earn-out, and achieved just over 22 mil. So sellers can get a bit greedy, but she was right to in that situation. And I'm on 3%, so everyone's a winner. So, how to counter offers, or decline offers and counter offers. This is how we train the seller. We want to do it in the right spirit. and professionally and not be adversarial. We go back with that commercially reasoned argument as to why the buyer should pay more. We coach our clients to be commercial about everything, don't want emotion, can leave emotion at the other side of the hotel room door. It's a commercial transaction. I know it's their baby and they're selling their baby, and it may be a one-off transaction because of their businesses, their retirement pot and their pension, but it's a commercial transaction. We do have to remind our client regularly, say, look, they are putting these things forward. Yes, they are criticising. You're taking it as a criticism, but they're coming reasons why they don't want to pay anymore. Don't take it personally. Don't take umbrage. It's a commercial transaction. They're not attacking you as an individual. But it's difficult, isn't it, when it's your business and you're selling it. You can take it personally. God, I can't see through that. Yeah. So our role, when Paul and I are facilitating negotiation meetings, where we do the initial introduction, but our main job is to write things down and ask questions if our client hasn't asked them. What we're doing is writing down where the 1 and 1 can equal 3 for both parties. Where are the strategic advantages? Heads of terms, we tell our clients that they must have heads of terms, and if a buyer says no, ignore it. The reason is it does save time, money, and lots of misunderstandings. It's amazing what sort of business amnesia takes place after a verbal conversation. The worst thing we found our clients can do is go for drinks with a prospective buyer. For all sorts of reasons. One of which I can think, but I won't share because we're being on a live stream. Things get said when a bottle of Merlot is open, particularly if there's a bit of chemistry between buyer and seller. None of it's being recorded. And there are some, no one in this room, I am sure, because you've all been trained in the right way, some buyers take advantage of that because they're usually more skilled and experienced in negotiation and are looking to solicit information over a glass or 3 of Merlot. So we counsel our clients never to have conversations without us. That's what they're paying us for. Also, sometimes our clients can misunderstand what's being said by the buyer. What was said isn't what they heard. So it's important to clarify that. So Heads of Terms is a really good document for outlining, and I stress outline, because some solicitors and lawyers get held or tied into the detail, and Heads of Terms is almost as long as the sale purchase agreement. And it shouldn't be. It should be a summary, the main planks of what's been agreed. It's not everything. And some deals can collapse at Heads of Terms because you never get out of Heads of Terms. So it should just be a check, a summary of what both parties think they've agreed to. There you go, summary. Not legally binding except for exclusivity and confidentiality. Those are the 2 key exceptions. We structure our client. We'd like due diligence to be 2 days, but it ain't going to be 2 days because lawyers the lawyers wouldn't be able to charge 30, 40, 50 grand for 2 days' work. It does take time, usually, unless there's a particular driving reason why that needs to complete this week. Maybe it's distress and they can't make payroll next month or next week. Usually, though, with profitable growing businesses, it's about 3 months, maybe longer. Due diligence is never, and we tell the seller, is never in your advantage. It's always in the buyer's advantage because they're going to chip on price and terms if they're any good. The best you can hope for is no change. This comes up, doesn't it, Paul? Sometimes we see when the buy side get in first. We try to get in first with Heads of Terms because it's our Heads of Terms, so it's more balanced. But sometimes the other side get in quick. We notice occasionally it says from the buy side that the seller pays all the costs if the transaction's abandoned, which is that's a great try on. It don't get past my team. No. Seller pays their costs, buyer pays their costs if the transaction goes fut. Okay. Get towards, so talking about due diligence. Mentioned that. It's a one-sided thing, DD. So we say to clients, you have got to disclose everything that's material before they've made that offer and before you've signed heads. We don't want the buyer coming back and saying, we can't pay as much now because you didn't disclose something that's is material to the offer. So it is about disclosure, proper disclosure. Like if you've done 6 months inside for stalking. Should only be key terms. I've mentioned that. We try it on the other way. So I'm letting you into my trade secrets, aren't we? We want an abandonment fee if the buyer mucks us around. Or a deposit from the buyer before completion. Yeah, I know. But not everyone out there has been schooled by Jonathan, right? So we try it on the other way. Definitely get the right lawyer. I've mentioned this before. If your accountant's not up to the job for selling business, get rid of them. Get an accountant that is used to doing M&A transactions of your size.
Always choose an accountant that is fit for purpose, because you can pay too much for an accountant. And some of the best accountants in the land are not necessarily the ones that you want to choose either, because they're busy servicing larger clients. So you really want to have an accountant that's fit for purpose. Might not be the biggest, but certainly won't be the smallest.
Brilliant. We tell our clients not to be too greedy, even if it is 22 million. Try and keep the goodwill going in the transaction between both parties. Be flexible, accommodating, consultative. Choose the right lawyers. Make sure that people's actions, that there's things they're committed to, is documented by email, so you can keep them accountable. And weekly progress meetings during due diligence. Make sure that we keep, particularly the lawyers, on track. And also, we've still got competitive tension with the buyer, because if they muck us around during DD, we've got 2 or 3 other offers in the wings that we could bring into play after exclusivity has expired. So competitive tension is right to the end for us as a seller. Number 6. I mentioned it 3 times now. Right lawyers. Keep that completion date at the forefront of everyone's mind. Try not to change your mind as a seller at the 11th hour, because it's a pain in the neck for everyone and costly. Try not to get seller's remorse, where you change your mind and think, do you know what, I won't sell and go on to the next chapter of my life. I'll stay as is. Same old, same old. This is the first. I'd sold a lot of businesses working for a large brokerage that's still going. I took them to 15 million turnover from 1.5 mil. But when I went out as Rob Goddard, one-man band, still doing the same work, but as a one-man band, that was the first guy that signed up with me, and it was brilliant, because the one thing he wanted to do after he sold his business, that is a Singer 1936 soft top, vintage car, vintage or veteran. It was given to him by his dad, late departed dad. And Tony said to me, the first thing he'd do after he sold his business was do the car up to honour his dad. So I knew I had a motivated seller. And my life after sale, I do all sorts of things, involving boats, motorcycles, deserts, flying first class, going underwater, trying to lose some weight, and other stuff, writing books, eating better. Koi fish I've got into as well. But I haven't retired, because now I own 5 businesses, not 1. The difference is, the only work I do now is stuff I choose to do, I don't need to do to pay the bills. And that's the first time in my life, and I'm 60 shortly, first time in my life I've ever been in that position. Because I'm an investor, not an operator. And that is me signing my first business away in the legal offices. Love that. And my challenge to you is, if you haven't sold a business before, or you haven't sold your group before, what's stopping you? And I'll leave you on that happy note and hand back to John. Thank you ever so much for your involvement.
Thank you very much. That's Rob. Thank you. That's fantastic. Thank you. And you will recall when we chatted before about our mutual friend at Blue Box. He said, Jonathan, he said, you got 20 million any day of the week on this one. 20 million, 20 million. The moment I signed the contract, that figure was never mentioned ever again. And really? It was a lot less than 20.
We like to under-promise, get them realistic.
Yeah. Where he likes to over-promise, yeah. Fantastic, that was great, really good insights. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
So let's spend our remaining time together doing a bit of planning for next year. So, blank piece of paper, and right at the top, what is the big, hairy, audacious goal, the BHAG, the big, hairy, audacious goal for 2023? What is it that you are going to do in 2023? And once you've got that written at the top, and I've noticed that always the people who find it the easiest to go straight to, I know exactly what it is, are the people who've been practicing goal setting and flexing those goal setting muscles, and they're used to setting goals and objectives. The people who find it a little bit harder and they're not quite sure what to write, that just tells me that you're not used to setting goals. Now, the next stage of the process is to say, in order to get to that goal, what are the 3 big things that I need to do in 2023 that are the game changers that will be instrumental in reaching that goal? Now, once you've got your 3 things, the 3 big things that you need to do to reach the big goal, let's break down each of those 3 things into a further 3 smaller things to make those 3 things happen. So 3 for each of the 3. So here is a question to ask yourself, which is the who, not how question. So sometimes we get stuck on how do we do those 9 things that we wrote down to achieve the 3 things that would get us to the goal. But ask yourself who can help you. So instead of I struggle with accounts, how can I learn to read accounts? It's, well, who can I get to read the accounts for me? I struggle with something else. How can I get someone else to do that for me? So you effectively outsource the parts that you can't do, and you get really good at the parts that you can do. So I want you to write down who do you need to know, spend time with, get around, who can help you reach your 9 smaller goals, to reach your 3 larger goals, to reach your big, hairy, audacious goal, the one at the top of the page. So who do you need to get around? Who do you need to know? Who do you need on your team? Who do you need to socialize with? And now, the 100-day plan. What are you going to do over the next 100 days, which takes us up to towards the end of March, that will move you forward dramatically at the beginning of next year? I think too many of us put off the start of the goal process, the goal achievement process, until later in the year. I'll do it after Easter when I'm less busy. That's always the thing. You know what? The people who get the most done are the busiest people. So being busy is a good thing. So you're used to activity. You have a greater ability to do things. So what are you going to do right at the beginning of 2023 to propel you forward? Because the way you start the year is going to be a template for the remainder of the year. So what's the 100-day plan? What are the actions that you need to take? And then who's going to hold you accountable? It's all very well writing it on a piece of paper, but that only gets you so far. So who'd like to give us some details?
So my BHAG is a 5 million EBITDA in 5 years, so that's the longer term. Next year, I think it should be able to reach 1 million EBITDA.
Yes.
In acquisitions, I have one going, and so I think I have to add 3 acquisitions next year. Roughly, the average then is 300 per acquisition in EBITDA. ending up in 1 million end of the year.
Yes.
So 100 days, the first thing to do is more deal flow. So increase the number of letters. I sent now 2,500 letters.
That's a good number already. That's good.
Yeah, so I think the first 100 days I have to increase that to 7,500. The same people, by the way. So it's yep. But that's probably 3 mailings. And then I think in 100 days it needs to be possible to have 3 letter of intents or deal terms on the table.
Is that possible in 100 days? Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and because I think at least 1 will fall through, maybe 2.
Yeah,
even.
yeah. Yeah.
So I think I need to have 3 to have 1 serious. I have to. My lawyer sacked me. I was too critical.
What did you do?
I was too critical. So I actually had a lawyer, which was just mentioned, who was used to do bigger deals. So my first deal terms, it took 2 months in negotiating with all these different points. It was almost a share purchase agreement. So I told him, I said, this is not what I'm looking for.
For a business of what size?
That was a business, what was it, 2 million revenue? So very small. And I wanted to do the whole thing myself, just let him review it quickly.
Right. I get it. So you went
so he said me, and I have to find somebody else who's doing a little bit more smaller businesses and understand what I'm doing. And I'm still having a job for 4 days, so I think I'll can go back to 3 days. Somewhere in
so it gives you some
months.
more focus.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It just requires focus, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Great, Richard. Thank you. Have you enjoyed being with us today?
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
Great. Absolutely.
It's been
I'll
good.
be back.
Thank you for your contributions. All right. Anyone else? Who's got the mic? Over here. Gillian.
You want to know what I'm going to do?
Do it. Yes,
Okay.
tell us.
All right. So my 3 big things are just really solidify the sector and then research it to get excited about that sector.
Yes.
And then the overall goal is 3 businesses be purchased, 1 before June, October and December.
Mm-hmm.
My 3 big things are to either crisp up my negotiation or find someone who will negotiate for me.
Okay.
That's a big one. Then number 2 was deal flow. And then number 3 was be crystal clear and confident on how I'm going to fund the acquisition. Do you want me to go to the next layer?
Yeah, do it.
Okay. So crisping up the negotiation is make sure that I research the sector to be sure of my facts, then practice, and be sure what it's worth to me. So I've come a long way with accounts this year, understanding accounts, and really focus on, well, what's it worth to me. On the deal flow is invest in better data, send out 1,000 letters each month, and I hadn't got to a 3rd one on that one. And who do I need to know? I need to know an accountant who will validate my assumptions, a negotiator, and a finance broker.
Fantastic. Do you see the clarity there? Really good clarity. And now it's just a case of doing it.
Exactly.
Yeah. You've got the plan. The plan will change. The plan will modify and flex according to the circumstances. But you've got a starting point, and then it's just doing these things and disciplining yourself to make sure that you do them when you say you're going to do them. Yeah, very good. Let's do one more. One more.
Right, so my 3 things are, because I have other businesses as well, so I've got focus on this. I'll share the one for this one anyway. So take the other business, that's one of my first priorities, take that on making more automation. At the moment it's very much that I'm doing a lot of marketing on social media marketing myself, so I'm making it more focused. So that's my first goal. For this business, send out another, it was 1,100 letters, not 1,000. So send 1,100 letters out again to the same businesses, but do 3 sets. Like not just send out 1 letter, send multiple. So that's my first one.
Okay.
And actually maybe do a bit more research in terms of.
Oh, I think I missed the. What's the big goal at the top?
Oh, the big goal at the top. Okay. The big goal at the top is to have 5 businesses. And this is going to be one of them. I've already got 2. I want to go into 3 different sectors.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah, because from our morning discussion, so one of them's going to be...
Focus.
So, well, one of them is law firm, for sure.
Yeah.
But while I'm trying to get the law firm in, I'm also want to go into the beauty sector. So that's the second one.
Okay.
So, so the 2 businesses I already have, property and my coaching. Let's keep that to those 2. I'm focusing on law firms, so I'm going to send letters out to the law firm.
Yeah. But what I'm going to say, when people say I'm focusing on something, they give me 5 things. That's kind of potentially a bit of a conflict there.
Well, those are already going. I'm not going to lose sight of those, the other 2 businesses, am I?
Yeah.
That's why. So my focus in terms of what I'm going to be building for this, from learning from today, would be re-sending the letters for the law firms again, but sending it in a nicer packaging. Doing the marketing a bit better. So that's my first thing.
Just on a letterhead.
Yeah. Right. So that's one. And secondly, going researching on again laundry, cleaning, and on a beauty salon.
You know, can I just say that groups go through phases? There was a hairdressing salon phase. There was there's been a domiciliary care phase, and there was a nursery phase. And I think we're about to enter
the laundry phase.
The laundry phase. Laundries of 2023.
So, well, basically, I'm researching those 3 sectors to see which one would go into. And then once I've done that, basically send letters out to whichever sector appeals to me. And then my 100-day goal is to at least get heads of terms signed for maybe a law firm, maybe not. We'll see how that goes. That might be a long-term strategy. But definitely have at least 1, if not 2, heads of terms signed for my other sector, be it beauty salons or laundries.
Okay. Got it, I think. You know, thank you very much. I think a key message here is focus. And the more you focus with single-minded determination, the easier it is to get there, because all of your energy is pointing in one direction. And I know I can't do too many things at the same time, because balls just get dropped. So I know I have to keep focus on one thing at a time. And I think most people benefit from having that focus. So how are you feeling, all of you? A little jaded, some of you. I wonder why. A little tired.
It's been a long year.
A long year? A long day. a long year. Tell me about it. I've had a long year. So we're not going to chase you on this. If you want to do it, you need to tell us, okay? And I think that we've added a whole new layer to what we're going to do in this new group, which is for those who want to, and it's not going to, not everyone's going to want to. We'll start putting together a group. We'll research this sector in a little bit more detail, and maybe go down the commercial laundry route. But we'll do that as a group. So it'll be a live case study, if you like, during the course of the year, and let's see what we can achieve working together. And let's see how we end this time next year with 12 months of effort and focus. Doesn't stop you doing your own deals and doing your own thing, but when you're part of a live case study, you'll learn a lot as well. But we're not going to chase you, so you need to tell us. So, that's it. We are done. Now, save the applause, because we have dinner organised for many of you. And if I can ever help with anything, you know you can just drop Maria a message and I'll get back to you as quickly as possible. Thanks very much, everyone. If I don't see you tonight, have a great Christmas. Happy New Year. Thank you.